7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's a Friday edition, and we are excited to have you with us. A lot on the table today, and we'll break it all down. And we'll also look at your phone calls. If we look over and we see them like just a flashing, they'll be on screen, but we could take them. So if you want to join in on the conversation that we have this hour, you can do so at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, RBU is ready to go. Rick and Bubba University is with Chef Chris Hastings this week. And, man, it was a lot of fun. That could have lasted another 45 minutes. You talking about food talk with Rick and Bubba? You kidding me? You don't want to miss that one. It's a pretty cool conversation with Chris Hastings, and that will drop tomorrow morning. That's Saturday morning if you're listening live, and on all Rick and Bubba formats, all the podcast, audio format. Then you got the video option as well. Just search Rick and Bubba University. Make sure you subscribe and set those notifications where you are in the loop as well. We have a number of internal stories today, so we look forward to that. And as I mentioned, your phone calls are always welcome. Well, Eddie Van Adler's here, and then over to my right is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody good?
Fired up.
Good. Fishing Shirt Friday still in effect. I like it. Bringing it.
How about that?
That's the one that looks like somebody took a bucket of paint and threw it on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about you when I put this one on this morning. I thought this is one Greg doesn't like.
I don't dislike it.
Yeah.
It's just,
I kind of like that.
It makes
one.
me almost
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
I had to sit down and gather my thoughts because it makes my eyes blurry.
By the way, that was the game I was at last night. I'm sorry, I was just watching on TV.
There's Speedy.
They're showing a football game on one of the local channels, and that's where I was at that game last night. That was me.
I saw you, by the way.
Really?
I did. I saw you. Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
All right, now, wait a minute. Everybody balled to go to.
No.
Well, was that me?
I think it was.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny.
So we have.
You made a good tackle.
We tell you, really, I got in. We talk about these TVs that are in here, and we have them all set to different things, sports channel, network stuff, and there's a couple of local channels that we see. So the local news was covering a football game because, the jamborees a lot started last night. In different states, y'all might be going, I don't know, but where we live, we had a jamboree high school football game last night, and Reese plays for Helena High School, and we were at Leeds, Alabama, home of Buc-ee's.
That's
I don't know if you know that
You're
or
right
not.
there at Buc-ee's.
And so
the Green Wave.
Yeah, and anyway, we were there last night, and they were just showing some highlights. And
What you got there?
Speaking of Leeds, I'll be at the Campus Spirit Store at the Outlet Shops of Grand River Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with our flagship station, WZZK. We've got a couple of $250 gift cards to give away. We're going to be grilling out. We're going to be playing some cornhole, having a good old time. And Terry, I think I can maybe count just a few times in all the entire marriage where she says, I'm going with you to a remote.
Yeah.
Normally, and if we were just to be honest, love our wives, but normally
getting in our world.
Normally it's like, I'm going to go knock this out and come on back.
Yeah.
It's normally not, hey, I'm going with you. But she has never been to Buc-ee's.
Oh, goodness.
And so she's got this thing planned where, and she discussed it last night when we were headed to Leeds, Alabama for the high school football game. We passed the exit. And she said, look, we'll be there Saturday. And there's Buc-ee's, So she's got this plan. And she said, I don't care on which end we do we go to Buc-ee's, but it's either before or after your remote. So I was like, well, I mean, we could go and get there at 10 if you want and spend 45 minutes and then just ride across the interstate to where I need to be. Or we could just go afterwards and not be on a timeline at Buc-ee's. I don't know how long it takes to go through and experience Buc-ee's, but I guess that's up to her. But she has declared that she's going to this remote, and while I'm doing the remote, she's going to be shopping.
Well, I was about to say, so I don't know if you're going to go to Buc-ee's before or after, but I can tell you this and promise you this. Yeah. This remote will cost you more than you're making.
Which I hate that, because I'm like, hey, okay. I'm going to go enjoy some fun, and we're grilling out and see some great people. And
the whole time she's going to be swiping that card.
Be around the Campus Spirit Store. We got football season around the corner. Everybody's going to be getting their gear and stuff, and all right. And made a little money. No, I didn't.
No, I had to buy a bunch of brisket.
Wow.
You may have to do a remote at Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to do
there.
that. So that's my day. But I'm thinking, y'all tell me if I'm wrong here. Don't y'all think on the front end would be better because we'll be excited going, or she will, and then
because if you wait, you're going. Let's just go home.
Yeah, I'm tired. All that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah. Anyway, that's tomorrow. If you're in that area, would love to see you. Would love to see you. So last night, y'all are gonna be mad at me, but yesterday morning, 24 hours from now, yesterday I forgot about this.
You had bigger
game.
priorities. Yeah,
and I had been pumping up this Field of Dreams MLB game on Fox with your daddy Joe Buck, Helmsy, and then I forgot until like mid-afternoon. My gosh, I'm not going to see any of this game. Well, who am I?
Yeah.
But I understand even Greg watched some of it.
I did, and I kind of liked it.
Oh.
It's pretty neat. So once I got my mind around how we're playing a Major League game on the Field of Dreams field, because I knew there's no way it's Major League Spec. Well, they've built another field, and you got the corn, and they've got a row cut through the corn from field to field that people get to walk back and forth. People just hanging out on the movie field in the game. It was neat.
All right, so when did you start watching?
It was like
So you were in the middle of the game.
Yeah, middle of the game.
Okay, so this thing had everything. The things that I was asking for yesterday. It had.
What I noticed.
It had everything. I noticed something too that I'm gonna bring up that hurt a little bit, but it had every single thing that I wanted. The intro. You had Kevin
I bet
Costner.
He had tears coming out.
Oh,
of that.
goosebumps! I bet I had goosebumps.
Did we not jokingly
10
say
times.
Kevin Costner and what's his
James
name?
Earl
James
Jones.
Earl Jones need to be there.
Yeah.
You had James Earl Jones voicing a lot of the intros and things.
Love that.
Kevin Costner was there. Okay?
Yeah.
I saw that notification come through on social media that he was there, and I'm like, wow.
You got all giddy.
Guys,
well, I didn't see
Helms
it.
had a tear in his eye.
I'm just
Here we
telling
go.
you, y'all didn't see it, okay? But
Did
there was
Joe
a
Jackson
moment.
show up?
There was a moment last night where it was emotional.
Oh,
there was nostalgia.
Listen, I liked it.
You didn't see it. You don't even know what I'm talking
understand.
about. How
It's a
they
baseball
started.
game.
Go, Greg. This is not what I'm talking about. Listen
lot of
to
corn.
Would you listen? Just listen.
All right, I'm
You're
listening.
gonna hate you missed this.
Well, I would have liked to
Hold
see
on,
it.
we're not going to rush this.
Okay.
All right,
I
we're not
wouldn't have
gonna rush
cried,
this.
but I would
And
have
I
liked
really,
to see it.
I really wish we could show it for everybody, but MLB such,
Yeah, this
their
whole
copyright stuff is
You want to
ridiculous.
share it with the world.
thing. Yeah,
Well, I do. If you didn't see the intro last night to this, the way they did the players, oh, it was phenomenal.
We'd be in YouTube jail if we showed it. And I hate that.
Thanks,
but,
MLB.
Yeah. Hey, thanks.
I may tear up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
30 years ago, on the other side of that corn, we filmed a movie that stood the test of time. Thanks to that enduring impact that that little movie had, it's allowed us to...
Kevin Costner at the Major League Baseball Field of
corned
Dream
it up at the end.
game.
And you could tell he didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
His heart was not in it. He's thinking somebody pitched him an idea, and he thought, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, this is when Greg becomes
Is
the
this
person.
heaven?
Yeah.
Yeah. Greg, I thought
I didn't
about
see
one.
that, and I'm mad. I'm mad. I didn't see it because
Did
you say
Moonlight
there was
Graham
a,
show up?
Guys,
You
there
say-
was there. Let me just
you say it was a really cool moment
up to that point.
start.
There
What
was
about-
something else that happened. Go ahead, Greg.
Did they
Get it out of the way.
Did they have a little kid like fake choking on a hot dog? Moonlight Graham came out and saved
What
him.
if they would have recreated all that?
That's
That'd
what
have
I
been kind of
thought.
neat.
That's what I'd have done.
Yeah.
I would just say this: if you did not see the intro last night, it is, and if you care anything about baseball at all, and care
you go.
anything,
Now you gotta care about baseball.
No. Let's just listen. If you care anything about baseball, and you care anything about that movie, that movie was a big part of my life. I'm a baseball guy.
Time out.
It's always been one of my top 10 movies. That's
Big
that's
part
part
of
of
his life.
it. Has Greg? It is. It was.
Let me tell you. Let me list some things that are a big part of my life. This is the Field of Dreams.
Well, when it comes, baseball has been a part of my life, and that
talking about the
movie
movie.
is a piece
I
of
just
it.
wish it was it wasn't a fantasy weirdo movie about baseball. You know,
Okay, I got that, Greg. Got that.
Yeah.
But
You know
it
what I'm saying.
was
The
it-
Natural. That's a good movie about baseball.
Well, Bull Durham is a good
Oh,
movie
it's a great
about
one.
baseball.
Yeah, that is
I
a
mean,
good movie.
For love of the game, Billy Chappell. We had him there last night.
I don't have
But-
the nostalgic feeling about because it was too weird.
But I do, and so
Well, that's
this
fine.
is.
You
but,
have a right
but
to
this
that.
is
You're
what
wrong,
I'm.
but you have a right.
This is what I'm going to tell. I can have a nostalgia
I
moment.
guess you can.
And you be and you
I
be.
guess you can.
I mean, what in the world?
89 when that came out. How
Yes.
old were you?
Yes. 11, 12.
Okay, you get a pass. You was a kid.
So,
so I was a grown man. dude,
but
so I'm
but so
You're a grown man.
but let me.
I'll give you a pass.
Well, and
that's the way I
when you
felt
go
about
back,
Smokey
and,
and the
here's the
Bandit.
thing, Greg. When you go back and watch this, you're going to go, "Wow, it's a little rough on Helms," because this is pretty awesome.
No, I will say this. Talking about the,
You're
the
saying
intro,
hold on, wait a minute. You're saying Smokey and the Bandit. It was a big part of your life. Field of Dreams.
Yeah, when
is.
I'm around that same age. So
So you got to understand something, Greg.
Bandit.
The difference. I have a heart and I have emotions. I don't think you do.
well,
Oh,
that's
okay, that's a
possible.
good point.
And so I think
That needs
that's
to be the
part
baseline,
of. I
yeah.
think that's part of this.
Okay, I'll give you that.
So I get goosebumps over things. I realize you
Now-
don't.
I will admit, when I watch any event like All-Star games and all this, I like the pregame stuff as much
Okay.
as the event.
Well-
and when you describe go ahead and describe it.
So last night, this was the goosebump moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just call it that.
Just when you got teared up.
I did, a little emotional.
11-year-old Helm sitting there. It all came
So
back.
it was.
I know.
It
Look,
was
I'll
coming
give
back.
you
Were you
that.
sitting on the floor watching TV?
I was pacing, couldn't sit down.
Oh,
Yeah.
couldn't sit down.
Couldn't sit down. I was
Okay.
pacing. So that was just for you, Greg.
This is so real.
So listen. So they start the music.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and you and prior to that, you'd had a couple intros, video intros showing
Yeah.
the Yankees, showing the White Sox, showing movie clips intertwined with all that, making it all work. It was excellent. Well, then the lights kind of dim a little bit, and they start playing that music. And out from the corn walks Kevin Costner. Okay,
Out of the corn.
out of the corn, and you think, okay, this is pretty cool. There's a little cheese factor
Is that
to
the
this,
first chill?
but first I'm like, okay, I like where this is
Still
going.
not seated.
I'm still not seated, and I thought I like where
Are
this
you
is
calling
going.
the family?
I did. I was saying, hey,
Braden!
man, I was getting to man.
Yeah.
Well, Braden, I had tried to get Braden on board earlier, and he just wasn't. He
can't
wasn't into
appreciate
it.
it.
He can't.
Yeah, it's
And
not
so
the NBA.
The Braves, I think, were playing, so he was like, you know what? I'd rather watch that game, and I understood all that. Gave him a pass. Now Amanda, I didn't. I was trying to bring her in every moment I could,
She gave
and
you
she
zero.
wasn't giving me. She wasn't giving me enough either.
Amanda, I need a tissue.
So Costner has
Where's
walked out.
Shoeless Joe?
Costner is about
Moonlight Graham.
he's a halfway point probably between the center field fence and second base. And he kind of stops and he waves and he looks left to right and all around, and all of a sudden he turns around and all of the players, I don't know when they got back there,
Oh,
but
boy.
all of the players that are playing in the game start walking out of the corn.
Okay, I like
Now
that
that's
part.
cool.
And it was awesome.
Now that part I like because in the movie, that's
Yes.
you would look
Yeah.
at the corn, all of a sudden you see,
So-
and they would go back in it too.
Mm-hmm.
You had the music still playing. They're coming out, and they're at one point, some of them start going over to Costner and shaking his hand and whatever. So then they line up, and then that
Did they have their
audio-
mask on?
No, that
No.
audio you played is after all of them walked in
Yeah.
through the corn. They
Right.
kind of got
At this
settled,
point, you're
and then
squalling.
I mean, it's a tough ride, Greg. I'm holding back. And then
I
the
wouldn't
only
like-
thing, the
Is
only
Amanda
thing
petting your head? It's okay, honey.
that would have made that
your breath.
moment better, and I don't know if it was planned and he just didn't do it or what. But the whole time Costner, when he came out of the cornfield, he's holding a baseball. So I'm thinking he's going to eventually walk to the mound and toss one in
Let her
there.
fly.
Yeah.
And he never did, and that was the
Were
only
you saying
thing.
throw it to me, Kevin?
He was.
Billy Chapel, throw it.
I really thought because they had showed some clips prior to him throwing on the field. I think him and Buck, Joe Buck, had a catch the night before.
You okay
And
with
so
that?
I was
What
like,
if-
man, I wish I was there for that.
They'd have brought John C. Reilly out to be the catcher, and it'd been like Billy Chapel throwing to him. I can't remember John C. Reilly's name in the movie, but yeah,
I wish I could help you on that. I can't either.
dang it.
But
I'm gonna say it was Murph.
that's how it started. Pretty cool. It started
It was
now
very cool.
and a really cool ending.
Well,
I
the
didn't
ball
get
was-
to follow the game, but I understand there were like 8
I
home
gave
runs
it,
or
yes,
something.
the ball was flying out of the yard. I mean, it was
Something about
nuts.
that corn.
And it was just a great scene. They had awesome drone footage. The
Yeah,
whole
they
thing
did.
was just fantastic.
Yeah.
What I saw of it, all kidding aside, and I like the bust hams, and and I got now that I remember that he's that much younger. Hey, he was a kid. Yeah, I get it. Like I said, if they pull,
No,
up
he's still grown and feels
now,
his
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, but the nostalgic part.
Yeah, I know. But
get
hey,
that.
hey, when you're a kid, you remember movies that
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
Exactly. But what I saw, I did like.
Okay.
Like he said, the overhead shots, and you see the movie field that the Little League played on, and then they've cut a walkway through the corn to the other field, and
Yeah.
people are walking. It was really that's quite a setup.
And now, and the White Sox have a walk-off home run into the corn.
Couldn't have ended any better.
and beat the Yankees 9-8.
Yes.
And that's how it ended.
And the guy that hit it was wearing Shoeless Joe Jackson's number.
And unfortunately, we can't play it, or we'll be in YouTube jail
Sure.
today. Major League Baseball. It's weird because some of these major sports, they've got different guidelines, and Major League Baseball is a stickler on if we play something, it'll
technically,
put us in jail.
they should have let Ray Loida walk out of the corn, because in the movie his character walks out of the corn.
Yeah,
Kevin
right.
Costner's actually didn't.
Yeah.
Right, buddy.
Just-
I
if
know
you
that.
wanna go
Just-
detail.
what I want you to do is sit down and just watch. You know what I'm saying?
No, I did. From what I saw, it was awesome.
Well, and so here's the next question: is they interviewed Costner a couple innings, and all throughout the night they talked about. I think that's one of the reasons I liked it, because they constantly talked about the baseball game that was going on, but they also talked about the movie and the facility there and the house and
Right.
all that went with it.
Right.
But they have said that this is going to turn into more of a tradition than
Okay.
a one-night
Oh,
deal.
well, they need
Good
to.
deal.
They've built a
Well,
nice
Because that was a
field.
discussion.
But I
Yeah.
don't know that it could have went better than it did last night. It's
Yeah.
almost like
It
one of
won't
those.
live up to the hype.
No.
You're saying pull a George from Seinfeld?
I almost think.
But
I
you
almost
got to
think
use
that.
the field
Yeah.
for something.
Yeah.
You know.
That scene with all the corn. I mean, when they hit home runs and you got drawn. I mean, it's astonishing. It really was.
Oh, wow.
Astonishing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. The kickoff hour is live here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so if you have missed the first half of this hour, shame on you. We have updated a lot. And one of the things we updated was the Major League Baseball Fox broadcast of the Field of Dreams game between the White Sox and the Yankees. The White Sox walk it off and win 9-8. 8 home runs hit in the game, and the last one was a walk-off by the White Sox. Hit a home run into the corn, and that had to be a pretty cool moment to end the game. In the break,
the ball was clearly juiced.
In the break, Helmsy showed us the video of Kevin Costner walking out,
crying again,
and then
Greg.
and then the players coming out of the corn. That's how it started. And Greg had some commentary in the break. The first thing is that he said Kevin Costner looked like he was dressed to take beach pictures.
He did. He had his khaki and white on.
Yeah, which that's standard.
Oh, yeah.
For all beach
families
pictures.
everywhere on the beach in their khaki and white.
I do think it was kind of neat when the players came out, how they did the camera, where it's almost like they went from it. They faded in.
Yeah.
And so it was pretty neat. I mean, they let it breathe a little bit. Took about 4.5 minutes for him to walk, from like right center into shallow center field, and then all the players come out, shake his hand or whatever. So that's kind of how it started. If you saw that movie, and I mean, Helmsy said it was a big part of his life because he was just 11 or 12.
Well,
at that
baseball
time.
was a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
That movie was a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think when you're 11 or 12, your baseball my dad and I were. I mean, we were really close, and baseball brought us together.
Of course.
And so then you have the ending of the movie. See, that's people. I mean, that whole thing is just it'll get you. It will me. But again,
when he played catch with his dad.
Yeah, you want to have a catch? Talked about that yesterday.
It's just weird though.
Costner, I will say this, okay, and I love Kevin Costner, okay, I really do. But he was interviewed during the game, a couple innings, and I don't know, it was weird to me. Like he didn't give Joe Buck and John Smoltz as much as I thought he would, or maybe he's just not a good interview. Maybe he's just one of the top actors of all time. And when you do interview, I don't know, maybe it was just me. I was expecting more. And I'll even go this far with it. I think he called John Smoltz Tom at one point.
Oh no!
I think he thought he was Tom Glavine. I think he thought he was Tom Glavine.
Oh, no.
Kevin's getting on up.
He's 66 now, and so I mean, we all forget names too. But
that's right, Frank.
They were talking about having a catch, and Buck said something like, "I'd like to have a catch." They were talking about how good Costner threw the ball the night before, whatever, and Smoltz said something like, I'm glad y'all could still do that, talking about how his arm just hurts so much he can't do it, and I'm assuming that's what he was alluding to. And Kevin said something like, "Yeah, well, you'll have to dial it back, Tom." And I thought
you'd love that when you're speeding.
Yes, I thought, did he just call him Tom? That's
hey,
John.
Tom.
That's John Smoltz.
Well, close
maybe I messed
what if
that
Tom's
up,
his nickname?
I'm pretty sure that's what he said. But anyway,
he's a brave pitcher either way.
We'll have this for the main show, so I don't want to steal the entire segment, but. Speaking of baseball, I guess the Braves game the other night. Have you seen the two ladies have a UFC style fight outside the concession stand at the Braves game?
So you're saying?
So they got in a good one. Huh?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about
two ladies. We're talking about pulling hair. We got one on her back, getting hit. Then we're rolling over, and they won't let go of each other. The bystanders, you can tell they don't know.
Why is no one breaking it
Do
up?
I get involved? Do I not?
What are they mad
well,
at?
nowadays, I mean, my gosh, if you touch somebody, you get sued. So you could tell some of the guys were like, "What do I do here?"
Well, I mean,
finally,
security.
They get pulled off, and Adler's showing it now. And I mean, this is at a Braves game and at the concession stand. I mean, they
what are they fighting about?
They will not let go of each other. And one of the ladies, it looks like, is being restrained. And this is where you have to be careful. You got to restrain both of them, because if you're only holding one back, then the other one gets to kick you. And that's what happened.
And there's one face down getting handcuffed.
Yeah, I think that's the kicker there.
What were they mad at?
Well, I don't know. It just said that two women get in heated concession stand brawl at the Braves game.
She had her Freddie Freeman jersey on.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
Freddie's proud of that.
And we'll I know throughout the video, one helpless fan cries, "Let her go, let her go." but it clearly didn't work. The two continued to fight. Twitter had fun with this as well, and so the guys will break it down a little bit more. But the video ends with one of the fans being detained and handcuffed by the police officer. It's unclear how the fight started, to your point, Greg, and why you asked. And it's just said it's also unknown what happened to the other fan. It looks like the one that got handcuffed, and I could be wrong. It looks like they're holding each other and they're pulling each other's hair and everything's fine. Well, then as they're getting up, one does a karate chop kick right to the face, and I think that might be what got that other one handcuffed. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Is this concession stand drama, you think?
Yeah, well, it could be.
Just happened to be where it was.
Yeah, I just have no idea. But as this one's getting up here, the one in the white shorts right there, boom, right there.
That's a great day at the ballpark.
Have no idea. It could have been some
making memories,
some alcohol involved, and maybe that's why some intoxication there. I have no idea, but it just came to mind when you talked about baseball.
Laying there.
Yeah, but just think about it. You had a Braves game. I'm at the concession stand, kind of having a great little family moment, and all of a sudden the brawl breaks out.
Went to get one of them big pretzels.
Yeah.
Here's what's funny. It does look like it looks like popcorn and a drink are laying up under them, like it was spilled.
Oh man!
And so whoever had the popcorn and drink doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah. All right. So
it's on the ground.
Top three would be there's a man involved, maybe a boyfriend of some kind. I don't know. It could be cutting in line, food, or you think the other one could be just that you popped off, or could it be mask related? Okay. I saw a mask laying down there too. You never know. Saw another brawl about mask at a Walmart.
That could have been what it was about.
Yeah. How do you feel about these people when it comes to masks? The one I saw that was at Walmart, a guy with a mask on comes up to a guy without a mask on, gets in the unmasked man's face and starts calling him out. The unmasked man says, "I've had the virus, but the masked man is right in his face saying, "Put one on," which means that the social distancing, you've gone into the unmasked man's area.
Why don't you just, as you see him coming, go away from him?
Now, the unmasked man tells him very clearly what he's about to do to him if he does not get away, and then says, let me tell you my situation. Within the masked man says, well, I didn't know that. He goes, yeah, I know you didn't know that, but you came up to me wanting to tell me what to do. You don't know. But, boy, it got pretty heated, and, to a point where they thought, okay, we're about to have a brawl. Security had to come over. But you got all these Karens. What do we call a male Karen again? Do y'all remember?
Ken? I don't know.
Is it a Ken? You got all these folks, and a lot of people just need to mind their own business because you don't know the situation of the person, masked or unmasked.
Yeah.
You still on the fight?
Yeah. Wow. I'm trying to figure it out because I almost think they're together. Like may have gone to the game together.
Oh, you got them together.
Well, just
you think they watch Field of Dreams
based off
together?
what they're wearing, and the shoes are the same color, and they look like it was hey, let's all get all the girls to wear this, and we'll see y'all at the game.
Yeah,
and then it looks like one of them kind of gets to walk off. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah. Today,
ruined the evening.
We've got a left-hander in the family. Tyler throws the ball left-handed. National Left-handed Day.
I got two of them.
Left-handed Day.
You got two lefties?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I got two lefties.
How about that?
It's a big day for y'all.
I guess.
Tyler is one of those people, though, that he throws left-handed, but he writes right-handed, and he uses his right leg for, everything. If I'm going to kick a ball or whatever, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to kick it with my right foot. And when he shoots, he's right-eye dominant, so he shoots righty. But the only thing he does is throw lefty.
Chandler writes lefty, but does everything else right.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why.
So she considers herself right-handed, even though she writes left?
I guess.
Caroline's completely left. She does everything left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Madeline writes left-handed, but does a lot of things with her right hand. I'm thinking about, for instance, she's starting to hit tennis balls and stuff now that she's 8, about to be 9. And I've purposely held her off from that because everything Braden and Caroline did when they started at 5, they stopped doing by the time they were 9 or 10. So I've held off because I want her to be a tennis person too. And we can't figure out, are you left-handed or right-handed? That's one of the things that I'm having. And I told the person, she started clinics this week, and I told him, I said, look, full disclosure, we don't know if she's supposed to hit a tennis ball left or right-handed. She hits a forehand, both ways, and it looks pretty natural. So you figure it out.
Yeah.
We did the same thing with Chandler. She threw right-handed, bat right-handed. She didn't play a lot of softball. She did like 1 or 2 years.
Right.
And then she wrote left-handed, and I think, and I may have made this up, that she colored right-handed.
Really?
Really?
Yeah. We never really.
You're all over the place.
But I know she writes left-handed.
All right, so JC, we thought was left-handed, but he's right-handed. And matter of fact, his first set of golf clubs, the little kids USA clubs, just tiny little clubs. Okay, not as long as your arm. Left-handed set. Thought he was left-handed.
Did you give them an Adler when he outgrew him?
No. Okay. And he went and I mean pulled it off, and then all of a sudden we realized, wait a minute, he's right-handed, and I'm mad that I didn't keep letting him do things left-handed because I think. Do
y'all do anything left-handed?
Could have switched it.
Anything at all
Eat.
left-handed? I've noticed that about you. You can't eat left-handed.
You
do eat left-handed.
Yeah.
I do.
You're very
Which is
You're very
strange.
talented when it comes to eating.
Yeah, now I've got that dialed in.
For some reason, he can use his left foot to eat too.
I can.
Oh, wow. That's
Put it behind my
fork.
head,
Yeah.
but not my right.
Yeah.
I don't do anything left-handed.
No, I can't think of anything. Y'all are down. Your mics are down. That's it. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. It's 46 minutes. We said 46 minutes till top of the hour. 14 minutes till top of the hour.
Bubba.
8 minutes till top of the hour, kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for joining us. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Happy Friday 13th to you. This portion of the show brought to you by SSI. Can y'all believe Bob Carey or Robert Carey and the crew? They have been partnered with Rick and Bubba Incorporated for 16 years now. It's back to 2005. That is something else. I can't believe time has flown like that. But, SSI partners with the Rick and Bubba Show. It's our network partnership. And the national team at SSI just wants you to know, hey, look, we're ready for you, and we can help, advertise your business, your company, whatever you're trying to get to the masses. We can do that, and we have a lot of ways we can do it. Our show is heard over 50 network radio affiliates carry the show. We have our YouTube, which a lot of you are watching now, Blaze TV. We got 24/7 TuneIn, digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, the podcast. By the way, Rick and Bubba University this week is with Chris Hastings. That'll drop Saturday morning. And I could go on and on, so check it out right now by calling 205-431-0790 or dropping them an email at rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com and see if we can't tap in to getting your message out. And we want to thank, too, not just SSI, but all of the local affiliates and the local sales teams. I know that nowadays when nobody's trying to work and everybody's concerned about budgets and everything, y'all do an amazing job. And Rick and Bubba have enjoyed endorsing some great companies over the years, and they can do a great job for you. So if you're in the market and you want to get your word out, let us help you do that. You can go to rickandbubba.com, click on sponsors for information about Syndicated Solutions, or just follow the email rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Shoot them an email and let them go to work for you. All right, so 6 minutes till top of the hour. We do have just an announcement to make about Monday. Looking forward to Monday. Greg's not going to be here. And, Greg, you want to tell everybody why?
Well, it's your fault because you was coming in bragging that you were going to get a colon. You know, we're all supposed to get, how you say it?
Colonoscopy?
Yeah, we're supposed to do that now they've changed it to 45, which it wasn't 45.
Age 45, you're supposed to get this done.
They say.
So, and technically, I'm 10 years behind when you look at that, but I'm really only 5 because they were suggesting 50 when I ignored it.
Yeah, and I'm
anyway,
2
you
years.
were talking about it, and I thought you'd already scheduled it. I said, well, if he's going to do that, we could have scheduled it together.
Yeah,
that'd have been a party.
Yeah.
But,
the
you
doctor's
chickened out.
Well, I have procrastinated on that.
I'm
I'll
not
be honest
excited
with you.
about it. You think I'm excited about it?
Hey, you know why, Greg?
I'm not.
There's never a good time.
No, that's nothing that you go, I need that done. You go, well, let me schedule that. You
Now,
go, I'll do that later.
But you were smart because you scheduled it on a Monday because you have to start taking all the stuff on a day, and you're like, I won't be working. I can do that.
What all you got to take? What all you got to do?
Now they've got it down to like a big old thing of Gatorade and some of that old Miralax stuff you put in it, and then a couple pills or something.
So when do you start this process?
Like Sunday.
Oh, so when you wake up Sunday morning or Sunday night?
Afternoon.
Okay. What's the eating stuff? Can you eat?
I don't think you can eat. You got to have clear
time?
stuff like broth and stuff like that.
Well, Greg, this is stuff you need to know.
But it's written down. I'll look at it.
Okay.
You'll look at it? Because I know you had to go for a consultation.
Because I was thinking you could educate everybody right here.
Yeah, it's something like that.
He's going to look at it.
I think it shows like 3 o'clock that afternoon, and I think you can't all day. You got.
So when you get home from church on Sunday, you might look at it.
Clear liquids.
Clear. I'm
going to go ahead and look at the paper probably tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Coming back to you now.
I got to buy everything.
Right. You hadn't done that?
No.
Okay. But
what are you talking about, chicken?
Yeah,
You
well,
brought the whole thing up. He said,
yeah,
I'm going to have to. I thought, well, he's done schedule it.
Well, you know.
It made me feel, then he comes back, he's like, well, I really hadn't.
So, you go for your physicals and all this kind of stuff. And then the doctor, okay, you did this, you're doing that, we got to check that. And, ooh, look at here. And, hey, by the way, you're 52 now. You need to get that done. Yes, sir. And I'll be honest with you, I have put it off. And you're firing me up.
You wanted that cardboard box that they sent out that you can go mail.
Yeah, which is just weird. But
that's weird.
Yeah, so they keep texting me, these automated texts. Please call the office, to schedule your appointment. And I just like, there it is again.
Well, you can do it now.
And now you have fired me up. So I'm going to let you get through it, and then I will promise you I will schedule it. I will. I'll schedule it. Now, Rick brought this up
and then
because he said,
got 2 years.
If you're going off the new
and
schedule.
you're
Going off new schedule.
You can push it back.
Greg, what are you, a
Greg,
doctor?
that's not. I don't think. Physicians
I think
are
a
wanting
lot
to
of it
tell
too
people
has
to
to
push
do
it
with
back.
family history. Like
It does, yeah.
They might want you to do it a little bit earlier depending on your family
That's
history.
true. That is true.
So don't listen to Dr. Greg here.
Forgot
Just
about that.
visit your doctor. Rick, when he said he did his, he said that he had so many stomach problems it was just another day to him.
Yeah, he said the prep wasn't no.
Do you
no
feel like
big
that's
deal.
going to be the way we?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
He's like, they were telling me about how it was going to feel. I just felt like another day to
Just
me.
another day.
Oh,
So
man.
yeah, but anyway, great.
Yeah, so that's going to be good.
Yeah, I can't wait.
But you'll be back Tuesday?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I just didn't know if you need to take a day.
We stretch it in a week.
So once it's done, because this is where I don't know.
Yeah, it's
so all the pre-game work is the biggie. Then it's done, and then after it's done, do you eat and you're just back to normal?
Yeah.
So it's all out of you.
Somebody just texted me and said, "Bring a cigarette." What does that mean?
No boy.
Huh?
How has Kate's had it done?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
How he,
well, you can imagine how he described it.
Sure.
What's the last thing he saw?
You can see yourself in that mirror. Again, he was explaining it. You can just imagine. He had fun with it,
See, now that's what scares me.
He's turned it
Because
into
me
a
when
good time.
you know how I suffer from secondhand. If I want to be out
Well, you
because
will.
I don't want to be.
You're gonna
I don't
be
want to be rolled in there, and the last thing I see is my butt sticking up in the air. Huh? Say,
I don't think they stick it up in the air.
huh?
I don't believe you're going.
Or turn sideways, and I see it in the mirror.
Yeah, that's.
I don't want that.
No,
See,
probably
put
not.
me out because you know why? I have secondhand embarrassment on myself. you see what I'm saying? It's like, wow. So all they see is
I
my
believe
butt.
you're knocked out and you don't know. So.
What he said? That's the last thing he saw.
Well, he probably made that up. You know how
he said that's how he went to sleep. That's the last thing he saw.
I don't. I mean,
Hey.
you've never had that. I don't think though. You didn't have a vasectomy, did you?
No.
And see, I did, but I was out.
See, I did.
I had
I
hernia
don't
surgery.
think there's anything more. I don't want to say
you're right.
demoralizing,
You're
but
right.
you're. I mean, they're talking to you
Yeah.
while they're doing that procedure.
Wow. This
So
won't
that,
be that.
yeah. So I think you'll be fine.
No,
But you got to follow them. I'm worried about
No,
you
I
and
got
the
that.
directions,
I got it.
instructions that you're supposed to follow.
I got him at home. rickandbubba.com/Bubba to save. CarShield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show, and we are so thankful that you are here. We start a brand new hour right now, and we start that hour with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. They've even provided you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba radio network, the podcast archives, live and archived on our YouTube channel and live on our TuneIn app. So however you get Rick and Bubba, we're glad that you are here. We're not too proud to take you, even if someone's forcing you to listen to this or to watch this. We'll take you anywhere we can get you. We'll unpack another day. For most of you who are catching this live or the same day, we'll prepare you for another weekend. And we'll update you on some things you need to know from Rick and Bubba land today. We got a number of things we'll do. Look right there. There's Pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him better as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, those listening in Kandahar, welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience. Your two fat buddies on the radio.
Yep.
We're still here, still hanging on.
Still here.
Circle the wagons, boys.
Let's go. Hey! We're in a perfect stance. Just wait for somebody to move. Watch the ball. Don't listen to the count. Watch the ball. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to another day in the jungle.
What about it?
We do have things you need to know today. Today, another NIL Rick and Bubba contract negotiation is complete. We'll add 2 more athletes today.
Yeah, we actually have a couple more. We'll update everybody and tell them about our new NIL section on the webpage.
Yep, you can go there and see them yourself.
And I'd got some emails, people asking about how they could support these kids and, drop them a note and, be cheering for them. So we'll share some of that with you today.
Yeah, so we got an NIL update. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is done, and we talked about delicious food. We talked to one of our country's
finest chefs, and he's award-winning, been on all kinds of shows. Iron Chef Me, Hell's Kitchen, all that.
Yep.
Chris Hastings, and boy, did we have a good time. We
ran out of time, and we do on a lot of the podcasts, but I think we could have talked another 2 hours.
Well, we were really just now getting into food at the end of it because we had to hear a story, which was incredible story, but we were just getting into food, and what I like about, just because I've eaten his food so many times, is he really comes from a standpoint of he kind of grew up the way we did, hunting and fishing, and he would just eat whatever he had hunted and fished and all this, and he started kind of having some fun with it and taking really just real basic traditional Southern food and just kind of having some fun with it. So anyway, so enjoy that this weekend. It'll be very lighthearted, but it will make you hungry. I must warn you about that.
I know.
So we'll that's out this weekend. So enjoy that, and then we'll run through the stories of the day. I know Speedy came in asking a pretty interesting question just as this hour started on the fact that we're sending people back to Afghanistan now to rescue people that were there. And then Speedy asked the question, why didn't we get all those people out before we left? And that's a legitimate question.
Or leave soldiers there to help them.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
Once again, another failed foreign policy.
Yeah.
That I could have told you. I haven't been to war college. I could have told you exactly what was going to happen because you people running the country are idiots.
Right.
And you show us that every single day.
Yeah, you do. I
didn't know we were going to turn the lights off and leave. I mean, I thought, we would kind of have some planning prior to it, and we might have, but boy, we're having to send 3,000 more troops in to get Americans that are stuck there.
Yeah, well, because
cities are being overrun.
Probably should have taken the people that were there in these embassy roles, support roles, get them out first.
Yeah.
Send them home, and then leave the military until the last thing to leave is the military. Now, I would have said leave the military there going, but I'm just saying, if that's your plan.
Let me tell you, President Bussey would have done it totally different.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I would have kept an air base there with a very good operational system in place, and we would have let the Afghani National Force fight the Taliban on the ground, but we would have given them air support, and we would have helped them to keep the Taliban beat down.
By the way, the Taliban has rolled up 3 more cities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And now they're, like you guys were saying, and I hope, did I hear this right? It doesn't surprise me that the leftists that we have, and sometimes it can even be people on the right, they thought the Taliban would be concerned about how they look to the rest of the world.
Oh,
The Taliban?
No, Rick, let me carry you back.
The Taliban has a public relations campaign?
Yeah. Biden and our State Department was negotiating with the Taliban about us leaving and to say, be nice, let us get our people out, and then we won't have to fight again. And they said, we don't care.
Do they not understand what the conflict's about?
Well, they don't understand human nature. And one, you don't negotiate with terrorists. You don't negotiate with all these. Look, if we're there and the cause is right to be there, then do what you need to do to win and to stay there. And if you're going to nation build, we act like, nation build.
Nation build.
Hey, let me tell you where we nation built. Japan and Germany.
Yep.
2 of our best allies today. And, I don't go in. That's for later in the show.
Good night.
But no, it is frustrating. And I understand that you go, hey, the embassy has to keep going. And okay, but get everybody out that you can, and then the last few that need to keep it running, then we have a plan on, all right, we're leaving, let's get them and go.
You guys are too young. You probably don't remember the fall of Vietnam. And I remember watching as a little bitty kid, the helicopters, all the military stuff we had, we dumped into the ocean. And with the last few helicopters
everybody on there?
Left the roof as the Viet Cong and the communists were literally storming the building. Mm-hmm. And people are hanging off the helicopter. I mean, they're hanging off the wheels of that thing to get out of there. And the ones that were left on the roof, just too bad, You got slaughtered about 30 minutes later. So and this is going to be the same exact thing. We didn't learn one dang thing in Vietnam.
That's a good edit. That's a good edit on your part.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it almost was something else.
All right, so 15 minutes past the hour. Yeah, the banging your head on the wall and making the same mistakes throughout history makes zero sense. Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show." Thank you for being with us today. So we will give you a lot of updates, including, let's get the Britney update out of the way here. So Britney Spears' ongoing saga of her conservatory, what's it call it? Conservatorship?
Yeah, you got it
is.
there.
Yeah.
You're all over it.
So Daddy's running the money. She wants to be set free. Free Britney. Can't keep her off social media. It's not showing a lot of stability here. But we do have an update. It looks like that maybe Dad himself has just said, look, you know what, I'm out.
I'm out.
We'll see. We'll update you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. Outrageous.
So where are we, Bubba?
Rick, her dad, Jamie, has agreed to step down as conservator of her estate.
Okay.
Out as long as as soon as somebody else that he's okay with is put into the position.
Oh, he's got to approve who's going to do it?
Well, I don't know that he has final approval, but
Right.
he just wants the right person to
Well,
be
so
in
we're
place
not
to
done
do
yet.
it.
No.
So we're not.
Nowhere near it.
We're not done. No, we are not done. If now her daddy is still going to be involved with who's going to take his place, and we're not done.
Well, the wording is kind of gray. He says he will be stepping down when the time is right and a new person is in place, but he's tired of the accusations that are being thrown at him that he's mistreating or undoing this the wrong or doing this whole thing the wrong way. So it sounds like the documents have already been filed, and he's also saying there's no grounds for his removal, but he will step down because he's tired of the accusations that are being thrown
Understood.
at
I
him.
mean, I could see how something like this would have an expiration date on it.
Yeah,
Where you're just kind of like, I'll tell you what, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Kind of tired of being made out to be a villain, and everybody seems to just totally disregard the other side of this. And you know what? And it's really going back to what you said originally, Bubba. Look, if she blows it all and she can't handle it, let it be her problem.
Yeah, it's funny because they even indicate that there may be a rift going on between Dad and Mom now over the whole thing. So now that Mom's got involved with it, that may be why.
well,
That's
Jamie's
her
got-
ex-husband.
Yeah,
he's
well-
the ex. But she said this is the step in the right direction. She agrees with him needing to step down.
Look, I'm telling you, I would say, hey, look, I know you got a freak show on your hands here, and you got money, and probably going to end up like every other Hollywood starlet we've seen. It's her life. Let her throw it away. That's all you can do. You've tried. I don't know your deal. It seems like you're a little into it too much, too, honestly. So let it go. Let it go. Be a dad. You don't need to be the business manager.
Yeah, I understand the concern, but I think at some point, especially when your kid is an adult, you just have to say, you know what, you're grown now, and you, I just wish you the best.
He wants an orderly transition to a new conservator. What's the terminology? they
Okay,
use?
well, you know what, it's just like I guess we're having that real smooth transition over in Afghanistan.
Yes,
So
that's another one that went well.
That's,
it just seems like we never learn anything. And to Brittany's part, there's a long list of Hollywood starlets that have been as good as you over the years, and most of them were carried out in a body bag way before their time. So just wake up on this, But you're going to do what you're going to do. Have at it.
Yeah, well,
finally, you just kind of want to wash your hands of some of it and go, whatever.
No question. No
you
question.
try.
Right. So we'll see how that works out. I just sense, since he's still trying to see if he can help with who's going to take over. I'm not so sure it doesn't just be the clean break. I'm out.
Yeah, Rick, the terminology, depending on which story you read and which quotes are being published, most of them say he's stepping down. Then there's the quotes, an orderly transition to a new conservator. And I don't know. It's very confusing.
Now, I want to tell Joe Public out there, everybody listen up, because I know how the world operates. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know any of these people. I have no idea about any of them. All I know is the things that I'm allowed to be shown and heard like the rest of you, okay? I'm not on the inside. I'm just going to talk about cases in the past and the way the world operates. If you were anti Britney Spears' daddy, trying to keep her from squandering everything that she has earned over the years, and you find him to be creepy and he needs to let her do her own thing, you're in that camp, okay?
Right.
And I understand that view, okay?
Right. And, there's a lot to that.
Let me tell you what you can't do. When he steps away and it all goes down the tubes, you cannot come back and say, well, he just walked off and abandoned her. Now, if you do that, I'm going to be mad. Okay.
Yeah. How about this? Rick? I ain't hearing it.
How about this?
I ain't hearing it.
You're not going to do that now.
Not hearing that argument.
No,
Case dismissed.
And look,
Get out of my court.
Y'all don't act like that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, my goodness, he just didn't care about her.
Oh,
wait a minute.
We got another.
You can't have it both ways.
We got another one down that same line today where the Biden administration is blaming the Trump administration for all the immigrants now, by the way. You got to, seriously.
Yeah.
Only people that sit around with only textbook experience in life would come up with this one. Okay. No real, just it's almost unbelievable.
Are we, see, once again, so this is that situation which I'm saying can't happen with the Spears bunch, okay? There are people, are you telling me today, that said that Donald Trump was mean because he was building walls? They even went as far as to say that he was racist because he was building a wall. And he had the audacity to say, we need to vet who's coming in here and who's not, and remove the ones that mean us harm, people harm. That was racist, and he was awful for wanting to build a wall to vet people out and keep people out. And now it's his fault that people are flowing in during a pandemic unchecked. Do I have that right?
Okay, let me tell you their excuse. I heard one of the administration people being interviewed this morning said because Donald Trump had shut down the border, had stopped the flow of immigrants coming in, this disrupted the natural immigration process. Now that it's trying to catch up.
So they don't think...
Rick, at 250,000 illegal immigrants per month is what we're dealing with right now.
Can I raise my hand? You mean to tell me they don't...
4 months, 1 million people.
Right.
Okay.
Can I raise my hand?
The military couldn't get that many people in here from Mexico if it was an invasion.
And they're coming like we heard the other day. They're really coming from everywhere, not just Mexico. Now.
Well, from Mexico.
Yeah, right. But I mean, their origin is all over the world.
Yeah.
But you're right, from that hole. But listen to this. So they don't believe that when they said y'all come on, it's clear now. That didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, that's how delusional. That's how delusional these people are.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about tinkling on your leg and trying to tell you it's raining.
Oh,
sure.
I ain't buying.
You know what? You're showing tremendous self-control today.
Thank you.
Because it's
early.
There's been a couple opportunities that but you're
see me in an hour.
Right. You're fresh right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. So if you start to fade,
New employee.
He's got the new employee juice.
New employee.
So anyway, all right. So
that's
why I said that could happen.
It appears to me that common sense on so many fronts has just left the building.
Oh.
The Biden administration, this was their approach to every problem when they went in. Whatever Trump did, do opposite. Whatever Trump did, do opposite.
Yeah.
Hey, you can dislike Donald Trump all you want to. Just look at what worked and what didn't work. Yeah. You should have left that wall and you should have finished building. That's what you should have done.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the old Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so mypillow.com, boy, some great deals now available at mypillow.com. Go there for all these specials, but be sure that you take with you, when you go to mypillow.com, the code BUBBA. Use the code BUBBA, and all these things I'm about to mention are available to you, like their premium bed pillows. You can get them now for only $29.98. That is the best deal on a MyPillow that has ever been offered, and it's going to save you $40. Giza Dream bed sheets are buy one, get one free. A 6-piece MyPillow towel set, the best towels and washcloths you've ever owned. Just $44.98. That's a $65 savings. My slippers, Bubba and I love those.
They're so soft.
Man, 40% off. Like I say, got in trouble again the other day. Sherry looked up. I was running errands with her, and I had them on.
I sleep on them like a pillow.
She was like, "Do you have those slippers on in the grocery store?" I said, I love them. I love these slippers. But anyway, so you can really get great deals right now by going to mypillow.com with the code BUBBA. Or you can also find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. But also any order right now, if you make a purchase and it's $50 or more, that purchase right now can be financed at 0% if you would like to do that. That's now available there at mypillow.com. All right, so some things that we need to update on. And I know that the Field of Dreams promotion last night, and like I said, I was in Athens, Alabama last night. I'll thank those folks, too, here as we move forward for another great it was a great evening. The hospitality was fantastic. The dinner was wonderful. But anyway, so I was not home. I didn't see it, but I heard in the kickoff hour, the guys talking about it. And from what I heard, of course, we're not allowed to show you because of Major League Baseball and the licensing. But from what I heard, it sounded like they really, really did a good job with it. That it was a cool experience.
I mean, it finally came all the way around to actually having the game there. They talked about it. It got delayed. But hopefully this will be an ongoing thing where they'll have a team or a game there every year, a couple of them maybe. I don't know. Where are they at on that?
I don't want to get emotional. Okay, but I love the thing.
Don't take the squalor.
Every single thing about this, I absolutely love.
Don't take the squalor.
Yeah, James Earl Jones voiceovering the intros.
Outstanding.
The intro of the players was special. Okay, and if you hadn't seen it, go back and watch it. How many times I come in here and go, "Hey, I never do this."
Social dilemma. You do.
If you, well, it's very rare.
You're right.
But to your point, it's pretty impactful.
It is.
Okay. Kevin Costner, they got the music playing. They kind of dim the lights. They got the music playing from the movie, and Kevin Costner walks out of the cornfield.
I have a question about that.
Okay.
Now, I know on the original field where the 14U game played the other day,
correct,
a home run is the corn.
Yes.
Now, on the field that they're playing straight-up games, is there a fence?
Yeah, and it is right up against the corn.
So how does he come through the fence?
They had a gap in center.
Okay.
And then
they probably filled it back up.
They did.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a gate.
Yeah, exactly. So Costner comes out, the music's playing, he walks, and to Greg's, I'll give Greg this, him walking out took about, it was a little longer.
They let him soak a little longer.
But
it took a while.
But you got to understand.
He had to walk a half a mile.
Rick, and he has that look on his face like,
Greg, what's wrong with that?
But you got to understand.
Let it go too long.
You got to understand, Rick.
He took his glass off with him.
It's yes to us, but you got to understand what's going on. They're playing the music from the movie, so you got to let it breathe. You got to let it go. He's holding a baseball. Okay, so he walks in. He gets to about between mid outfield, between second base and the fence. And then he's kind of giving everybody this and all this, and all of a sudden he turns around, and all the players come walking out of the corn.
That was pretty cool.
I like that.
I like that.
It was a goosebump moment. Period.
It should have came 30 seconds sooner.
And so he.
Well, we'll let Greg direct it next time.
Yeah. And so
First
then
of all, he's dressed like he's getting his beach pictures made with his family.
Greg, he wore like a.
Greg, can you let people like me that were kids when this came out?
I would like to see him in a baseball
The
suit.
nostalgia of this thing was awesome last night.
Greg,
Joe Buck's on
I made a statement, though.
But in the movie, he doesn't wear a baseball.
Greg is a dream killer.
But to
really
be honest, if you want to go by the movie, Ray Liotta should have walked out because he was Shoeless Joe. He walked out of the corn in the movie. Kevin Costner's character didn't walk out of the corn. That's all I'm saying. If you want to go by the movie. Right or wrong.
He's such a
Shoot
dream.
Joe Jackson came out of the corn.
Joy killer.
No, you're right.
Now, if you want Kevin to come out of the old house and walk down to
Greg,
the field,
there were moments where he went in there.
Yeah, no, Greg, I'll go for it. If we really want to make Helmsley squall, and I would have done it to you, and I'd have killed you.
Yeah,
I would have had Kevin Costner walk out, and the actor who played his dad would have walked out and played catch with him.
Or when it was over, James Earl Jones goes back into the corn.
I do think they missed a good opportunity.
Burt Lancaster would have walked out and kept somebody from choking.
I mean, let's play the whole thing.
I do think they missed a good opportunity to add on to it. But to Bubba's question, Kevin Costner was interviewed for a couple innings. He did say that he thinks this will become a tradition with Major League Baseball, that we will do this every year.
Of course, you said he wasn't good.
You
said
the interview wasn't any good.
Well, Greg, I'm not talking about that right now. Would you please stop?
Said he wasn't any good.
I thought he'd do a better interview than he did. Okay, he's one of my favorite actors.
He's low
of all
key
time.
anyway.
And
To Bubba's point, he's probably tired from how far he had to walk.
Rick, I think at one point he called John Smoltz Tom, like he thought it was Tom Glavine.
See?
And so there was some uncomfortable moments.
I got nothing to say to that. I'm sleeping too.
Well,
he's older than I am.
I know. The moment when
he acted like the guy on Yellowstone. You know how low key he talks and stuff.
Yeah,
That's
that was him.
Right.
Okay.
So when he
wanted
gets
him on a horse coming out,
all the players come out.
We can't combine Yellowstone and Field of Dreams.
No, I'm telling you, it is. I mean, you.
I just
can't
wanted him
do
on a horse
anything.
coming out
There's
of the corn.
no Yellowstone promotion in baseball.
Next year they're
Yellowstone's
going-
not even about baseball.
Greg's trying to get Billy Chappell from Love of the Game to come out.
I want John C. Riley to come and be the catcher.
I mean,
Greg, how about this? If y'all want to let Kevin Costner come to a rodeo, well then y'all can do all the Yellowstone stuff.
Rick, now next year they're going to go to where the Durham Bulls play, and he's going to redo Bull Durham.
Nuke Deluche is going to be there.
Yeah.
All right. So
He'll do a baseball movie. won't
Isn't
he?
it crazy how that
second.
one movie has pushed all
I'm
this
trying.
forward?
Yeah.
really trying.
I mean, I put it up there with some of the great sports movies of all time.
No,
that and
it's not.
Dodgeball and a few others.
That's funny.
All right.
Good.
So
Good
let's
stuff right
fit
there.
this. So the intro before the game, Costner comes in.
Brian Salt.
He gives a very nice speech. There was an uncomfortable, kind of corny moment where he asked, "Is this heaven?" Because that's in the movie.
And you
It
could
was
tell he
all
didn't
it was
wanna do
all
it.
really cool. Okay.
Again, wrong character saying the line.
You're
then
right.
then he walked out.
Should have been Shoeless Joe.
Then he walked out off the field. I do think they missed a perfect opportunity there because his son was in attendance. And they showed video clips of him and his son the night before tossing the ball around, having a catch. And I think they missed an opportunity there to have that catch in that moment, but they didn't do it, and that's fine. And then I thought because Costner had a baseball that he was going to probably throw out the first pitch, and that never happened. He just walked off the field.
I didn't make
So I felt like they left I think it could have been.
heard he
I
was
was
mad.
nearly to squalling anyway, but I think they could have taken me really to tears.
you'd have been
at
on
some
your knees.
point.
They could have taken
yeah.
you to
They
tea.
could have. I
He
think they
took him.
could have. Yeah,
Rick
taken
blubbering.
taken me to. Well, I'm so emotional about it, I can't even talk.
Right, well.
Blubbering.
And then you get to the game. Joe Buck's on the call, which I love.
It was a good game.
It had every. They have a walk-off home run. We got
By the White
balls.
Sox.
We got
The game was almost too good. I mean,
ball was
what an
juiced.
ending!
No
It's
doubt.
almost like it was
it's the
scripted.
air. It's the Iowa air. It's balls flying out.
Yeah,
of there.
yeah.
I
8
will
home
say
runs.
this, I like
If,
the look of
if
it.
you script,
it's
if
pretty
you
cool.
could script this game, you say a walk-off home run in the bottom of the
So,
ninth.
Bubba, you
and
trying to
got
ruin it now?
No, I'm just saying it couldn't have been any better. It's almost like it was.
and the White Sox
Perfect.
win. Shoeless
Well, that's what I was
Joe.
going to say. The fact that the walk-off was actually the White Sox, which is the team featured in the movie, winning it against the
You
Yankees.
described it, Bubba, just like Kevin Costner did. They asked him what one word, and he said perfect. So, and it was.
Yep.
It was.
It
It was a
sounds
great
like,
night.
just now from just us who get involved in a lot of promotions, it sounded like a promotion that went incredibly well.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
So, but let me ask you this now, just as an operational standpoint: how are they going to keep this field up? I mean, maintenance and the
Well,
stands
it
and all that.
was ready last year,
Yeah.
Right.
and the pandemic canceled it. So they've
Yeah,
done
it's
Is
pretty
Major
good.
League Baseball footing the bill for that?
I
Is
think
it-
a lot of it they are, and I think they'll probably just have a ton of. They'll treat it like we do the Hoover Met here in Birmingham. They'll have special
Exhibitions
exhibition games and stuff like that.
Eventually, probably. I mean, they'll probably have a game or two a year there, and then eventually the All-Star game.
I
you
think
know, that
next
kind
year
of
they're going to have the World Series there.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I don't know about the All-Star game. You'll have to check the Iowa voting rights before you do
Sure.
that.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Sad,
sitting
but
here
good.
looking at
You
the
probably
box.
need
You do
more-
have to have an ID in Iowa, so they'll probably remove this game.
Oh,
at
that's
some
right.
point.
We can't
Well,
even
how
do
did
that.
they even allow the stadium?
I
to-
know.
Right.
Look, all that
So
was cool.
Why
but
is Iowa even allowed to be in the Union?
Yeah.
All that was cool, but I hate to say this. I don't consider that movie a baseball movie.
Oh,
There he
Greg.
goes.
Goodness gracious.
There he goes.
All fathers and sons out there having a catch. You just ruined that.
It's a fantasy movie. It's about
But baseball is the sport in the middle of
Field
it.
of Dreams.
The Natural and Bull Durham are baseball movies.
And I understand what you're saying, but the whole
The love of the game is barely one.
What?
Too much romance.
Okay.
Too much worrying about their.
Well, but you're talking about at the heart of Field of Dreams is this kid that remembers playing catch with his dad.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah,
That's
the name of the movie.
story of Shoeless Joe Jackson,
Which was a huge part of my life.
We
Me
got
and Mac
ghosts
Daddy.
walking out of the corn. We got ghosts walking.
No.
We got secret messages at the ballpark.
Maybe they let
Fantasy.
Major League play there too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
just one question to answer. Is this heaven?
As they try to beat the White Sox. Hits it in the air right. Back at the
It
wall. The White Sox win.
was poetry in motion as the perfect promotion takes place for Major League Baseball, wearing the throwback uniforms from the actual movie. The White Sox hit a walk-off home run to win it into the corn.
It was clearly scripted, but it was awesome.
Yeah, it was good. I don't know. I watched that, wondered about that. It looks like the pitcher was trying to put them within one game with the Red Sox.
Guys, this is a regular season game.
Yeah.
We're fighting for first place. And the White Sox, by the way, really good this year, too. They got a special bunch. And that bullpen, they brought a guy in the sixth inning last night, Kopech. He's throwing 100 every time he throws the ball.
Yeah.
He's a middle reliever.
Wow.
He's throwing 100.
Think about what we're saying.
I know. So anyway, so that was
crazy.
I think it's one of those things that just was stupid enjoyment and something that we all can use a little of right now.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So there
Just
you
let
go.
us enjoy it.
Yeah. Don't steal this from us, Greg.
Yeah, Greg, and it's okay.
No, I enjoy it. I love the look.
Yeah.
The over. I like it. So I couldn't figure out earlier in the week we brought it up. I said, no, wait a minute, they can't be playing on the field for the movie. No way, it's big enough. But they've built the big field, and then you got corn between the two fields, and they got a walking area. You can go back and forth in the corn to the fields. It's pretty cool.
Would y'all like to walk out that corn? Would y'all like to walk out?
I
the corn?
would
Yes.
actually into center field.
Yeah.
I'd like to eat some corn.
I'd grab your ear on the way out.
What if you're eating corn walking out?
That'd be good.
Guys, how about this?
I got butter on it.
Yeah.
I was looking, and somebody sent this to me.
Ring.
Do you realize that you can rent and stay in the actual house?
Yes.
What?
Was that
Let's
house
do
built
it.
for the movie, or was it really a house that was there?
It's a good question. Here we go. The family's story unfolded in the 1989 classic. It says the tour inside of the farmhouse. Doesn't tell us.
That's a lot of corn around the field.
Look at that. Between them.
You'll be greeted by the movie site staff. Yeah, it doesn't say who built that.
Let's go do a
I
show
wonder
from
if
the
it was
house.
proper, actually, a real house.
That's it. I'm going to stay.
Let's go.
Huh? What if we did a show from
Why
there?
didn't
We all
Max
stayed
stay?
there.
You said he went there.
Oh, Mac's cheap. Mac ain't gonna stay at that house. You kidding me?
They ain't gonna leave the light on.
As much as
Dad's gonna to ride on that gravel where if you build it, they will come. He's gonna go out. He's gonna throw, and he did all this. He's gonna look at the signs and look at everything, and then he's gonna go stay at the cheapest motel he can find.
Well, there you go. Ain't nothing
that
wrong
Mom
with that.
will be happy with. And I don't blame you. I'm the same way.
No,
Y'all
there's
wonder
nothing-
where I get it.
There's nothing
right.
wrong with
Oh,
that.
He's
no,
frugal.
I got to stay in that house.
So
Dad
what
is
is
the
it?
most-
What does it cost to rent the house?
Oh, I don't know.
$2,000 a night.
Now,
I
Greg,
completely made that.
Speedy, see what it costs.
I bet it is at least $1,000.
How many bedrooms are in?
I don't know.
Well, I got it
You
right
got a
here.
big party.
I got it right
Might
here.
come out ahead.
Let's see here. All right.
Is Moonlight Graham going to be there?
All right. Here-
Extra?
How about they're saying that the guy that hit the walk-off home run for the White Sox
Shortstop.
last night went to East Central Community College in Decatur, Mississippi?
Well, how about that?
That's
I'm gonna
pretty
tell you,
cool.
he's got an arm for a cannon for an arm.
Yeah.
My goodness, at shortstop.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the bedrooms you can stay in. They look pretty nice.
So do you have to rent them all?
Let's
or
do a
is it- how
show,
does that
Bubba,
work?
from there.
I think you can. It's just per room. I'm looking in the house. I mean, I don't know. It's not. You're not staying in the lap of luxury.
No,
But it's-
you're in a corn patch.
But it's nice. It's nice.
Who wants to be on the front porch doing the show? Just kind of hang
Yeah,
out.
I would. How about what would you do? What if Bubba decided to stay there and he took his whole family, and all of a sudden he was sitting there, and all of a sudden in the bedroom he heard this: "If you eat biscuits, they will come."
Who said that?
Who said that?
Who said that?
If you eat biscuits, they will come.
What if we go and then like Greg gets emotional, starts crying because he thought the movie was real?
Yeah.
And he's wanting
I was-
everybody to come walking out the
Where are
corn.
they?
Two things.
Is it one of those lines?
Is this heaven?
Isn't it one of those lines that everybody gets wrong too? Isn't it? If you build it, he will come.
I think that is it.
Because it ends
and-
up being his.
and-
Well, does everybody know this?
I
now?
think
Well, I hope.
Rick's been 89.
Now,
89.
Adler
Yeah,
claims
it's
he
been
hadn't
30.
seen it.
What?
I think I
32
heard
years.
that. Did I hear that right?
Wow.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it.
I mean, if you like a good fantasy movie, science fiction, watch
Two
it.
things I thought that were cool last night too. They did. They had kids
Time travel.
like
put it
on
right
the
there with the
scoreboard doing the scoreboard by hand to
like that.
as
Okay.
to throwback. And then Joe Buck and John Smoltz were dressed in the attire that they would wear
Oh,
back in
that's
that
a
day.
little much.
Yeah.
You talking about Tom?
Huh? Yeah.
The
Now, Helmsy claims that he got to crying.
I got emotional at one point, teared up. Goosebumps.
Were you ever?
I got goosebumps like 10 times throughout the night. I mean, it was fantastic.
Did you ever have?
I'm just being honest about it.
I
Look,
did too
I'm
when
an
I was running the field.
Hey, I'm an emotional guy. Okay, I am.
Sure.
I said it. I've got a heart, Rick, unlike this one.
Yeah.
No, I got one.
No, I
know.
think you said it best.
We're trying to make a science fiction movie into a baseball movie. Besides that,
You think the natural is real?
I didn't say it to be real.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say
you
this:
think
the
the
natural. Time out. The Natural's my favorite baseball movie, but I can do away with him knocking the cover off the ball in the first game and then blowing the lights up in the last. That I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but anyway.
But Greg,
But the rest of it is gold.
Also claims For Love of the Game is a romantic,
Yeah, it's a
not
chick
a
flick.
baseball movie.
I like the baseball footage,
says
but you
it's a
got to
chick
sit through a
flick.
lot of chick flick stuff to get to the baseball.
Okay.
But Major League, you classify
Major
it
League
as
is awesome.
And Bull Durham
real
is a
baseball
pure
movie.
baseball movie.
Bull Durham is.
Yeah,
pure
you got to watch
I
what
hate
you're watching
that, but
there.
that one little. That
goes-
Susan Sarandon.
that goes on.
I
That's
know,
the-
but she's so weird.
I know.
What about the what
I
about
love that movie.
what about Bad News Bears?
Oh, it's the first one.
That and Sandlot are pure
Let me tell you
baseball
something.
movies.
The Walter Matthau Bad News Bears. Rick, we went and saw that. I don't know if you remember at the Calhoun Theater in downtown Anniston, and I think we went back and saw it like 3 times in 1 week.
Yeah.
we loved it. Loved it.
The Calhoun Theater.
Yeah, right there in downtown.
I
Anniston.
forgot all about that.
I remember it.
want the Field of Dreams quote? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What?
Okay.
Can we play it?
I think we can play for like 4 seconds of it.
All right,
4 seconds.
Go ahead. He will come. Yeah. Okay. I thought that-
Weird.
Yeah.
Is there something spooky about corn patches to y'all?
Hey, that look like a baseball movie to y'all?
Here we go.
Greg,
think so.
we cut it off because it said
They don't even play a full game.
Mr. Allen.
Greg,
Don't be mad.
But
Rick, you are barking down. I mean, this guy is
Rick,
not
I pick
going.
up a hitchhiker who's from the past.
I got all that, but
That's baseball.
But at the heart of the foundation of the movie, guess what the whole theme
Field
is?
of Dreams.
The whole theme is that Shoeless Joe Jackson wants redemption.
Yes.
Okay, and he's as famous a baseball story as there's ever been.
Yes.
But he's
And-
not real. He's a ghost.
And then baseball is what all these people are saying is something that's pure in this world that we all
It's
should.
a fantasy movie. So
Yeah.
I'll put it up there with Terminator. I put them in the same category. A lot of time travel.
You might have had everybody.
You got to
into
send
that.
the same guy back in order to
That's
keep
good.
you
So
know.
Back to the
That's
Future,
good.
all that same thing.
Oh, that's just fun lightheartedness. That doesn't really fall in science fiction.
Okay, all right. So
Look.
no, it's good. Can we say this? And I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna close.
I
it.
All the
admire you
baseball
for
movies,
trying.
Major League Baseball. The only reason they did that is because if there hadn't been a cornfield in a stadium in that movie, they wouldn't be here.
Do you agree though that last night was a nice promotion
Oh, I like
for
that.
Major
I
League
enjoyed
Baseball?
that.
They built it
I
and they
enjoyed it.
came.
And
I
that went well.
enjoyed it. I mean, now I hate they used a science fiction movie to do it, but I like it.
Understood. Do you think it was a good science fiction baseball promotion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we started a trend of moving stadiums from downtown out to corn patches.
Well, that ain't a bad idea either.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number, and we thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here. We start this hour with a check-in from everybody's favorite meteorologist, James Spann.
Yeah. He's a man with a main weather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a main weatherman. He's a mighty James Spann.
James Spann, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Gentlemen, it's Friday the 13th. I'm just glad to be here.
Oh, buddy. Thanks for bringing that up.
We were going to try not to mention
thanks, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about Freddie.
Big Fred.
Big Fred.
Big Red Fred.
Big Red Fred. And I've got a selfish
Fred.
Yeah, I've got a selfish personal as well to go with Freddie. But go ahead to give us the update on Freddie.
All right, so Fred basically is a disorganized mess this morning, like many of us.
Yes.
This thing was just shredded by Hispaniola Wednesday. That is a very mountainous island. And this morning, it's on the northern coast of Cuba. The thunderstorms are far away from the center. It's a weak, disorganized tropical depression. But this has a pretty good chance of becoming a tropical storm again over the next few days. And the forecast track from the Hurricane Center, they bring it through the extreme eastern Gulf of Mexico into the eastern part of the Florida Panhandle, the center coming in near Apalachicola late Sunday night. And understand when you see all these maps on TV and on the web or whatever, this is not going to be a dot on a map. This is just going to be basically kind of a lot of rain, just a large rain mass. That'll be the main impact, will be rain. But understand, too, there could be a few isolated tornadoes east of the center over the Florida Peninsula, not the Panhandle, but the peninsula on Sunday. There will be dangerous rip currents. That's the other effect. That will affect the entire central Gulf Coast. If you want to go swimming in the ocean, that'll be a problem Sunday and Monday. Expect a lot of double red flags, Gulf shores to Panama City Beach. But again, the main thing here, it's just rain. This will likely come in as a mid-range tropical storm and then ultimately coming up through parts of the southeastern states. The heaviest rain with this will likely be across the Florida Peninsula, Georgia, the Carolinas, maybe East Alabama. And a lot of people are asking, why won't this become a hurricane? Well, the water is warm in the Gulf. There's no doubt about that. Water temperatures are 80 to 85 to 88. But
sure.
There's more than heat content in the ocean when it comes to hurricane intensification. We think there's going to be a lot of shear, strong winds aloft that will prevent this from becoming a hurricane, along with interaction with land. So the bottom line is Fred will generate a lot of rain, some wind for the Florida Peninsula and parts of the southeast United States in coming days. And while I got it, guys, I had to mention we have one more coming up behind it. This one will likely become Tropical Storm Grace. This is out in the middle of the Atlantic, and this one will probably be a little higher latitude than Fred. Remains to be seen if this will affect the United States. It might. Hopefully it recurves because this looks like it will become a hurricane. So we'll be watching Grace, which is coming up behind Fred, which is a sign this is August, and we're getting into the peak of the hurricane season here.
Would it have been cool if it was like Fred and Ethel? Wouldn't that have been neat?
Man, that would have been good. Why don't we go? If only we could work the letters out. That would have been so good. Here comes Fred and Ethel. And but yeah, so we're mainly talking rain. You kind of answered my question, James. You know how you look at all the hyperbole and you try to figure it out. Sherry and I are leaving today doing a marriage conference in Pensacola this weekend. But you kind of answered the question. Sherry's birthday is Sunday. Happy birthday to Sherry Burgess.
Happy birthday.
And so we were going to kind of stay Sunday and just kind of hang out, relax there on the beach and trying to figure out what time we need to head back. But it looks like for them, if it's anything, it'll be late Sunday night into Sunday morning anyway, won't it? It won't really
right.
be.
And understand, with tropical systems, there's a good side and there's a bad side.
Right.
In this case, the good side, it's the west side, and Pensacola's on the good side. The winds are going to be coming in from the north, so there's an offshore flow. So there won't be any storm surge flooding in Pensacola. Will it rain a little bit? Yep. Will it be kind of breezy? Yep. The main issue is the rip currents. And I say this all the time. People go to the beach for different reasons.
Yep.
People ask, do I need to cancel my trip? Do I need to postpone my trip? Well, listen, I go down there to see water spouts. I mean, I don't go down there to sit on the beach and get sun. I'm going down there for some active weather. But for the people that go down there, if the only reason you're going to the Central Gulf Coast, say Sunday and Monday, is to swim in the ocean, yeah, you might want to postpone it because I expect to see a lot of double red flags, and there's a very high rip current danger. But other than that, I wouldn't hesitate to go to Pensacola or Destin this weekend. I'll go and have some fun.
We are. Yeah, we knew we had no problem with the marriage conference just on Saturday and today, getting into the hotel and all that. We were just kind of wondering what time on Sunday we needed to leave. But it sounds like pretty much we'll get the whole day. We can just kind of leave it sometime later that afternoon and still be fine.
And, James, we have some listeners in the Panama City area, and they're already sending us pictures of storm chasers who are gathering in the area, ready to cover it all.
Here we go.
It's funny, in some of these smaller coastal communities, even for a weak tropical storm like this, you'll have more storm chasers and TV blow-dried boobs than people that actually live there, and they're all trying to get their hair blowing around and some sheet metal flying. I mean, it's this one probably will not be the best one for them because this will just be a lot of rain. But yeah, tis the season for that too.
Well,
and they just might camp out there because August and September we're right at the peak. So and understand we're going to have more than grace. There's more coming. So it'll be probably a busy couple of months.
Yeah, maybe they can just set up and say, "Why don't y'all stay there, go through the season?" But you're going to get started with basically a rainstorm. But I'm sure you can hop it.
Well,
up.
they may get to head across the state for grace.
Right.
You don't know what's going on. James, last time I saw you were headed to a baseball game, and I'm sure you saw the baseball game last night. You're a big baseball guy.
Yeah, I work nights, but my eye was, one eye was on TV weather, one eye was on that game last night. That's just fascinating. I would love to see that. But what a game and what an ending. Goodness gracious. And I'm a Red Sox guy. So I have to say it was kind of fun to see the Yankees lose like that. not that I'm a hater, but it was great to see our little buddy from Tuscaloosa hit that walk-off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that was some excitement. I've
Tim
got
Anderson.
to go see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking to ourselves, it's almost like I don't know that you could have scripted it any better. The weather was beautiful. The sunset was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
The ending, was the team.
Lots of home runs.
The team that's mainly featured in the movie in their throwback uniforms. Really, I mean, I don't know that could have been a better promotion.
And, I watched that movie. At the end of that movie, I openly weep like an infant.
Yeah.
And women don't, my wife will walk by and see me and she think I got hormone problems. There's something wrong with me. But and in my case, I grew up in a situation with a broken home where my dad abandoned me and my mom when I was 7. No relationship with him. And, one of my dreams in life is just to go back and have a catch with my dad one time. And that's why it kind of hits me. But I love to watch that.
James Spann.
I'm so glad Greg is not talking and treating you the way he treated me the last segment.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we just cut Greg
It's just
off.
a science fiction movie to me. It's a good movie, but I don't call it a baseball
Greg
movie.
says it's not a baseball movie. He says it's
Come on, man.
It's not really a baseball movie.
Oh, goodness.
It's not. It has a baseball field in it.
Greg, only you. Only you.
Guys, we got time travel. Come on.
That was beautiful, James. Thank you for sharing
Now,
that.
I'm not being
I touched
critical
a lot of
of
people,
that.
James.
Greg, what I'm saying is if there was...
I'm just saying it's not a baseball movie. That's it.
But
I'm
you
not
do
saying it's not a good-
categorize Major League as a baseball movie.
Absolutely.
Well, I want to ask you this, but here's all I want to say to you. And I know that you have rude Tourette's, and we've worked on that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is...
Y'all trying to pull me in James's moment and ruin it?
No,
I'm not trying to do that.
I'm just saying if there was ever a moment to press pause and just say nothing.
Well, y'all brought it
that
up.
was it. Okay. That was the moment. You could have just withheld that.
Helms brought it
We've
up.
got him and Helms opening up. They're sharing their heart with us, and there you
I
are.
get all the emotions and
with
all
a BB
kinds of
gun.
the movie. I just said if you list baseball movies, to me it's not a baseball.
And that's okay. I'm strictly talking about social grace.
Yeah.
I'm strictly talking about social grace. That if you
Like chewing with your mouth open.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to go back and say this again.
I wasn't
James,
going to say nothing until Helms brought it
listen,
up.
Well, I was
Just pouring
thanking
out
James
my
for
heart
pouring.
and my soul.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes,
James.
yes.
James Spann, just so you know. 'cause
And
sometimes-
Helms too.
Sometimes
Helms did it. Helms did
You
it.
remember on Good Night, Look at
It's
that.
not my
Remember on
fault,
Good Night, Look
I
at
do.
that. You had to see yourself to know how bad it was.
No.
People can't fix problems till somebody takes moments like this and tries to help you. In case you're wondering, James Spann, whose dad abandoned him,
Rick.
When he was 7.
when he was 7, longs to play catch with his dad that he could never get a relationship with, and you couldn't pause and say, well, I'm not going to talk about my view of the movie right now. It's not the perfect time.
I did. And then Hams goes, well, at least he didn't treat you like he treated me.
Well,
and I said, all I just said was, that's great, but it's not a baseball movie.
What you could have said to Hams, just to help you as your counselor and your brother, you could have said to Hams, hey, you know what? I'm going to withhold those comments right now. This is a great moment.
No, well, Ham started.
Well, because I didn't get to finish because I wanted to thank James for that heartfelt,
James, thank
emotional
you.
response that he just gave us.
Thank you, James.
Because we weren't
I
able to
had
have
been
that
at-
earlier.
James has got the floor.
I've been at Fenway Park in the seats where Costner and James Earl Jones were sitting in the movie
There you
at
go.
Fenway Park.
Yeah.
It's real. You can touch it. I've been there.
James,
It's a baseball movie.
But guess what's not real? The message that came up on the big screen when he was sitting there with James Earl Jones, that's fantasy. It's a fantasy
See,
movie.
he's
And
doing
that
it
is-
again.
I put it up there with Terminator.
He's playing it with Terminator. You can't compare
James, you
that.
see what we have to deal with?
James, does it?
I'm sorry, guys.
That's it.
This is a cry for help.
Yes.
He needs a hug. This man needs a hug.
You know what? In the break, I'm going to go back to when we were little kids. I'm going to put him on my hip and carry him around.
He needs a catch.
James,
Let's go have a catch, Greg.
James, Helms pulled me in that. I didn't.
This is where he apologizes.
I'm going to play catch with Greg in the break.
Right now.
Next, you're going to say you don't believe Doppler radar.
Thank you, James.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're mattress topper, and more. 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. I can't even believe.
I think y'all have blown this way out of proportion.
You know, Greg, now Greg's in the break declared that Field of Dreams is actually a horror movie.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're playing pitch with your dad who's no longer living and his ghost is dressed as a baseball player at a younger age and you're playing catch with him, that's scary.
You're saying you wouldn't have been moved by that? You'd have been horrified?
I'd have been horrified. I'd have ran.
Greg, all these points.
I'm just saying.
That's really not even the point of the last segment. The point of the last segment is you're the only human being that I've ever known that could not hear.
I blame Helms for that.
That could not hear what James was saying and go, right now, I think I'll be seated in silence.
But that wasn't against what he said. I was just talking about the movie.
Well, Greg, the transition was just horrible.
Okay, maybe that wasn't a good place to put that in.
You know what that's like?
I'll give you that.
Can I tell you what that's like? That's like somebody has this beautiful moment. They're going out and they're going to do their vows again on their 50th anniversary. Okay, and they're talking about that, and you think where they're doing it is stupid. Okay, and so all they're doing is talking about what they mean to each other. You come through, knock everything down, and just wreck the place. You go, but I didn't hit them. You know what I mean?
I guess I should have waited a segment before I went.
Well, you're trying to blame it on me.
It is your fault.
No,
it's nothing
not.
to do with James's moment, but I just couldn't help go, well, it's not a baseball movie. Once Helms brought it up.
Well, that's because you have roots reds.
Helms brought it up. He
Greg,
said, treat you better than treated me. And when he said that.
But I wasn't finished. You interrupted me.
Well, James was going to think that I made fun of you wanting to play catch with your dad. I said, no, I'm just saying it's not a baseball movie.
It's a trigger.
I just wanted to clarify that before he portrayed me as being anti-playing catch with your father.
So for 45 minutes today, I've heard this attitude towards the movie and towards my emotions to it. So I wanted to thank James for his heartfelt response to what Rick was talking about.
I made fun of you.
But that's how it started. I could have, Greg, but for 45 minutes today, I've been ridiculed about this.
But I would have stayed out of it because you off air. We took our head. You looked at me and said, "Won't you make fun of him while you did me?"
But that was
when
off
he told his story, I said, "Well, I can't," and I didn't make fun of him on that.
Adler and I were talking. We're just going to label this.
It's not
one.
a baseball movie.
We're going to label this one "Good Night, Look at Spann." That's we'll label that one.
It was eerily similar to the episode we had before.
People should love it and have a good. And that makes James squall, and that's awesome. But if you say, Greg, tell me a good baseball movie, it's not a baseball movie.
It appears
that's all I'm saying.
But Greg, now you've taken it to as a science fiction horror movie.
If you look at it, I'll be honest. I would be creeped if my dad's ghost walked out of corn and played catch with me.
But couldn't you just withheld that comment?
What about he introduced his daughter to him?
To later? You could even come back after the break and talk about it if you wanted to.
It seems any time that Helms is getting choked up about something, it triggers Greg.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's a trigger event.
You know how staying out of it.
You know how they say if you're going to be anywhere.
Yeah, you've done that.
Thank you, Greg. If you know how people say
no matter. I don't see my argument about it not being a baseball movie at all.
I love that you're still on that point.
People to get.
Let me ask you a question. What about on the cover of the movie, like the image that they show to promote the movie? He's standing in the middle of a baseball diamond.
Let it go, Speedy.
Yeah, you're talking about a baseball diamond he built in a cornfield because a ghost told him to.
Please,
was that the field you're referring to?
Speedy, step away.
You know what that falls under? Science fiction.
I'm just poking the bear, Rick. That's all I'm doing.
Falls under science fiction. Look, it's even got. I mean,
you're talking about where he goes and meets Shoeless Joe Jackson, who's been dead since the 30s.
You know,
and he plays ball
most
with
people
him?
who are flying an airplane have a sense not to run it into the mountain.
That's it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and pull up. Pull up.
I'm just saying.
We started it.
Yeah.
See, I thought that, and look, this just shows how bad it is. I thought the Roots Reds has gotten better. But what I'm saying is, but sharks.
Did your prescription run out?
Yeah, sharks cannot they can't keep themselves from responding to blood.
Right.
Okay, so it's uncontrollable.
Even Kenny the shark. You've seen him, and he's trained to live in a house.
Right. Yeah.
I think
you remember what they say if you're in an area there may be sharks with us, say no blood.
Yeah.
Don't let any blood get in the water.
Look,
I don't think it's fair because it does have some emotional moments that for some reason you can't express an opinion that, hey, cool movie, but not a good baseball.
May I say this though?
But James was real. Though.
Yeah. Look right here. I want you
he
to look.
wasn't in the movie.
His heart.
No, but look over
I
here,
didn't
Greg.
comment
Look
on
over
James
here.
wanting to play catch with his dad.
Totally understand what you're saying, but all I'm saying is.
Oh, I wished you could too.
All I'm saying is this: if somebody
I think
just
I'm
said,
secondhand embarrassment.
if somebody if you've got a conversation and you want to take a movie that means a lot to somebody and you can't help but set them straight on it's not a baseball movie. When they say that it gets emotional to me because of this scene, because my dad abandoned me when I was 7, I just leave it alone.
Well, here's what
I would
just point an abandonment comes up. Yeah, right. That's where you pull up.
I wanted to quietly. When Helms brought me into it,
quietly,
and Helms was telling his little story, and he said he beat you up like he beat me up. I wanted to throw in real quick. All I said is it wasn't a good baseball movie. That's all I wanted to do.
But it didn't happen. Greg.
But if you would have waited, you would have gone, oh, okay, wow, so I probably.
He set you down in front of him, you said?
Greg, you know what
he took me and set me right in front of James.
But Rick, you know why I brought Greg into that? Because I was convinced he wouldn't jump in after that comment.
You thought that was enough to stop.
Here's me an opportunity.
You were wrong.
But because here's what I thought. Here's an opportunity where I can share something with James Spann that we have in common and not be treated the way I have been for the past 2 hours.
No, y'all act
and I was
like,
wrong.
Y'all act like that when James said that about his dad that I went or something. I didn't.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all.
Here's he wants to be patted on the back.
In a minute, you're going to say,
"Hey, Greg, good job."
Good job. What I'm saying is, you said that you didn't want to. That's like a herd of buffalo saying, "Let us ease through here."
Yeah.
I mean, it just
Let me think of a fantasy movie that also has a little touching ending to it.
No,
I'm sure there's one.
This is not the point. It's not the point.
I mean, it don't have to be
Inner space.
Tron.
The point. To me, baseball movies are about baseball teams, baseball players.
We understand. We understand all this.
So it's nothing against James' emotions or Ham's emotions. It's a fact. If you list, hey, let's good baseball movies. Field of Dreams is not on the list.
Right.
It's not a baseball movie.
Right.
It's not.
That you know what? We got that loud and clear.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. We do.
We may disagree with that, but we get your point on
that. Movie about women's baseball is more of a baseball movie. In fact, that's a baseball.
Can't even think of the name of it. That
League of Their Own.
That movie about women's baseball.
How about this? I like A League of Their Own.
Do you?
Love it.
Do you consider it a baseball movie?
I do, absolutely.
Right.
Tom Hanks, excellent in it.
So I want to be sure as we go to the break, and we'll move on to take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You have taken this movie that was a tremendous promotion last night.
I just saying.
And for Major League Baseball, it's got grown men remembering things about even their dads who weren't in their lives.
Yeah, but in a weird way.
And you want everybody to know that it's a science fiction horror movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in a
if
weird
you're scared of ghosts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. As we make our way back, Relief Factor is, man, we love this product. Take it every day. Take it once in the morning, have my first pack already, and then take it again before I go to bed at night. If I have something bothering me, I'll drop in a third dose somewhere in the middle of the day. It's 4 botanicals. It's all natural, and it works with the body's natural inflammatory response. So if your aches and pains are tied to inflammation, this could be an all-natural solution for you. And, man, I love hearing from those of you like me that this has really, really helped. So go to ReliefFactor.com. For $19.95, we'll send you 3-week supply. In 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is going to work for you or not. And the majority of people that order the Quick Start Pack, they come back to get more because they're seeing results. And I hope you will too. The over-the-counter stuff can certainly help, but they're not designed to be used as a lifestyle. That's not what they were designed for. Pharmaceuticals and you get into opioids and things like that. All of that is just a difficult journey, but if you can find an all-natural solution, hallelujah. So ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. But, Greg, just to try to help you, Adler is going to play back what James Spann said and then what you said, and then we're going to the phones.
What?
All right, so here it is. Really, I mean, I don't know that could have been a better promotion.
And, I watched that movie. At the end of that movie, I openly weep like an infant.
Yeah.
Look great. And women don't, my wife will walk by and see me and she think I got hormone problems. There's something wrong with me. But, and in my case, I grew up in a situation with a broken home where my dad abandoned me and my mom when I was 7. No relationship with him. And, one of my dreams in life is just to go back and have a catch with my dad one time. And that's why it kind of hits me. But I love to watch that.
James Spann.
I'm so glad Greg is not talking and treating you the way he treated me the last second.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we just cut Greg. It's just a science fiction movie to me. It's a good movie, but I don't call it a baseball.
Greg says it's not a baseball movie. He says it's
nothing to do with what James said. It's not really a baseball movie.
Look at James' face.
It has nothing to do with what James said, y'all.
Greg,
and Helms clearly brought me in.
But I couldn't even hear the video.
Yeah, he is so. I saw you. And
it had nothing to do. It was about the movie.
Right. Just timing. That's all we're saying.
For the record.
Your face,
for the record,
before you even said a word.
What about your
face was pretty rough.
What about your little
James
face over there?
Well,
what about your little face? Now he had not seen anything.
No,
about
I felt
his dad
bad.
Yeah,
when
he was saying you didn't know why he was.
You know what I hate that Baby Ellis is going to see this.
Yeah,
guys,
I think you need some time.
There's not one thing wrong with that.
I hope Papa plays catch.
I didn't see one thing wrong with that.
Okay, Greg, thank you.
I hope you and Baby Ellis have a catch this weekend.
We will.
Let's go to Preston in Florida. Preston, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Y'all, it's a movie that's a parable. I mean, it goes into, a man that's willing to risk financial ruin to follow a voice that he doesn't even understand.
Wow. Yeah, that's moving.
That's deep.
It is.
Well, and see, every more reason that it's not a baseball movie.
Sung up on that.
Max, News Talk 103.9.
See, he went too deep. That's the problem.
Max, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hope everybody's doing well, except for Greg.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's okay. So the movie is called Field of Dreams. Okay, baseball field. He builds a baseball field, and all the people that he sees you can kind of say it's in a dream. I can understand why you say it's not a baseball movie.
That's right.
But I mean, come on now.
Well,
that's a baseball movie.
You just said it's not a baseball movie, and now you say it is. So you're off. You're out. See ya.
Road Trip John.
Good point, man.
Road Trip John. Go ahead.
Well, I'm starting to worry about myself. Speaking of dreams, I'm starting to dream about Greg.
Are you really?
And it's quite odd, yeah. So in my dream, I've dreamed twice now. In my dream, Greg is like an international star. He's singing. He's coming out with albums. Everybody loves him. It's quite odd. So anyway, I don't know what all that means, but it's weird.
Well, so he's not pretending. I mean, he really is having this dream.
Well, I've got all kinds of hits, huh?
Yeah,
I like it.
At least you're not in a black cabin on Church Road being warned that you need to get out.
Gosh, you should have seen the place that had me staying this weekend in Pensacola. I had to change it. All right, let's go to Jordan in Scottsboro.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, what's on your mind?
Hey, I really liked The Rookie when I was younger. Dennis Quaid, he's a coach.
Oh, yeah.
Come back and pitch and.
That's a baseball movie, by the way.
Yeah, I was wondering if Greg could ruin that for me.
Well, I will say that the part when he throws the ball and the speed sign says, I mean, how would you know that happened?
I'm going to tell you, that moment when his family is in the Ranger Stadium and then he is called in
that
the
makes
pitch,
me choke
man,
up. It does not. Not really, but that is an
emotional moment.
Tried out like you had some humanity.
So, Greg,
that is a
nice try,
movie.
though.
I'm getting emails. Wants to know if you think Brian's song is a football movie.
Not really. It's
What?
more about a relationship between two guys. It's not so much a football movie. No, it's not. It's not.
What about The Longest Yard?
That's a football movie.
John in Birmingham.
That's a prison
I like
movie.
how Bubba has questions exactly like
But
it came
no,
from email.
On the same argument, Brian's song is really not a
messing with
football movie. It's really
Bob
not.
Brewis.
All right, let's go to.
He copied you on it, too.
Let's go to John in Birmingham. John, go ahead.
So you act like if I say it's not a baseball movie.
I
it's
agree
bad.
with Greg on this. He was trying to be good, and Helms is like that friend. Like you got the recovering drug addiction guy, and you got a crack rock who's dangling right in front of his face. I mean, how
he knew what he was doing.
resist?
I really didn't because I didn't get a chance in that moment to finish what I was going to say because somebody else talked, so I had to stop a minute and pause. And by the time that I got it out, you started ran with it.
Let me ask you this,
and it wasn't you, by the way, that jumped in there.
But
somebody
listen, what
else.
I'm saying though, even though if you would have got to continue, you started out by saying he can beat you up the way you've been beating me up. So I had to respond.
That's what you got to understand. But you could have waited. That's the whole point.
And anyway.
Just like when I got emotional that time with Good Night, Look at That, and talking about actually coaching baseball.
I still think there's something about that draws you in.
I didn't have a moment to finish. I got interrupted.
But your dad didn't leave you. Oh my gosh! How are you going to make it the same as yours? Well, it's not the same story. You act like you had the same story that James.
Every human being that has played baseball and has a dad, and in James's case didn't, can relate to this.
Well, let's just say this. Let's
as
say
a child.
Okay, let's say that you had a dad.
I made
and
toss with
passed
Mac
on,
Daddy this weekend,
and all of a sudden, but your dad was no longer living. All of a sudden, he walked out of the corn. So that'd be a scary moment. That would not be a good moment.
I got you. Yeah. Have you ever, honestly, throughout life, hear somebody say something before you and say, "I think I just need to be quiet"?
Yeah.
No time. It's not time and place for that.
Rick, Hales brought me in it.
I know.
Greg, you brought me in it at 5:06 this morning.
Muscle Shoals. WLAY. Another Jordan.
All right, Jordan. Fire it in there.
Another Jordan. Go ahead, Jordan.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just want to say I've been listening for a long time. Greg has said a lot of dumb things over the years, but how can you say Field of Dreams isn't about baseball?
It's not.
Have you ever seen Hoosiers? Is Hoosiers about soccer?
No, it's about basketball, moron. It's not even the same thing. They have a season. They play for a championship. A lot of basketball in that movie. A lot of it. What's he talking about?
Dwayne in Alabama. Dwayne, go ahead.
Now, if you're going to make a point.
Hey, yeah, it's Helmsley's fault. He triggered him.
Yeah,
he
not, you didn't mean to.
How Greg is.
No, I didn't.
He knows how Greg is, and just bringing Greg's name into it. Greg's like me. He's going to defend himself. Got to.
Listen, Hoosiers is a great movie, by the way. One of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
I watch it every time it's on. That is a basketball.
I'm talking about how he interpreted.
This
Greg
morning.
interpreted what you said, and I know it was from this morning.
Yeah.
But Greg interpreted for what you said. The guy who says, "Well, he's not going to talk to me like
Well,
that."
in any story, Rick.
I guess you're going to let James get a pass on this.
Yeah, that's
Rick,
what it was.
in any story, you have to know the whole story.
I know.
And so for 30 minutes this morning in the kickoff hour, if you did not hear that, go back and listen to how I had the same emotion in describing these things as James did.
Yes, you did.
So if you didn't hear that, you really can't comment about it.
Right.
I think
and know the
James
whole
has got
story.
more emotion than
and
you.
so
think about it.
He does.
Well,
Tougher
no,
situation.
yeah, his
Now
dad
you're
abandoned
trying,
him.
now
at
you're trying to
7.
have James's emotion.
Well, I'm telling you, it was pretty emotional. Hey, Mac Daddy and I spent a lot of time on the baseball field together.
That's right. Yeah, and
I mean, we did.
I bet y'all love baseball.
And you got to understand, when this movie came out,
But he
I was
wasn't
in
dead
the
and came
heart
out
of
of the
that
corn.
moment. But I don't relate to that.
I gave him a pass because this movie, he was 11 years old when this movie came out, so he gets a pass.
Right.
You know, like I said, I love Smokey and the Bandit, and if you bring it up because I was around the same age, he gets a pass.
The fact that Smokey and the Bandit is even in this conversation.
But I love that movie at that age. He gets a pass because of the age he was when the movie came out.
Did you just say that you can relate because, you also saw movies that meant a lot to you when you were young, like Smoking the Bandit?
Exactly.
Good night, Greg.
I love it.
Oh, there's
What about Gus, the kicking mule?
The one and
That's
only.
classic.
The one
Not a
and
football
only.
movie.
To Landon. Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I was sitting at Jack's this morning listening to old James, and it kind of reminded me, you don't reckon old James may have any information on that chicken shortage, do you?
One of your minions, Greg.
We were called yesterday.
What in the world? Jonathan in Florence. Jonathan, go ahead.
I was going to ask Greg if he liked that movie about the steel industry. That movie called Rudy.
That's good.
That is a good one.
Jason in
Great
Alabama.
steel industry movie.
That's good. Jason in Alabama.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, somebody give Mama's boy a hug just right off the bat. I don't know what's wrong with him this morning, but he's on the wrong side of the bed.
I don't see how. I don't see what. All I said is I didn't say it was a bad movie. I didn't say if you get choked up at the end with his dad that you're bad. I just said when you list movies, baseball movies, it's not a baseball.
Jason,
movie.
what's
That's all I said.
What was your question? Yeah, go ahead.
It's science fiction horror
My
movie.
question is, Greg, do you think Brokeback Mountain's really about cowboys?
That's a good one. Never watched it, buddy. You sound like you know a lot about it. You got that on DVD?
All right, we'll close this and just be sure I have this right. Greg Burgess goes on record today that Field of Dreams is a science fiction horror movie.
Yeah. It's not a baseball movie. Okay. The ghosts are nice in it, so maybe not horror, but it's fantasy.
The ghosts are nice.
So it's fantasy.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It is available again this weekend. The unique podcast that Bubba and I do most every week. Chris Hastings, award-winning chef, is with us talking about his story and great food. So enjoy that this weekend. Foodies of the world unite. Bubba, I'm looking at the list of things that Speedy's laid out today, and there's something here called Big Hearted Bubba.
Well,
BHB.
Rick, I had an unfortunate incident yesterday where I found myself in line at a local drugstore, and I had a few items I was picking up, just small stuff, and I'd gone to the checkout line, and there was a lady there trying to check out, and she had her stuff. She was getting out, and the girl behind the counter told her, said, our card machines are down. We can't check you out with a credit card, which she already had in her hand.
Nobody's carrying cash.
And so, you know, the lady was taken back by that a little bit. And
you would be. And
she, you know, wasn't really happy with it. Well, can you take a check? And then the girl behind the counter said, well, there's not anybody here that can do that. We have to have a, you know, so-and-so level person to do that. And we really can only take cash right now, which, you know, is something that's kind of rare nowadays because a lot of people don't carry it.
Yeah.
And the situation, you know, the lady was a customer, wasn't really happy with what was going on.
Well,
and,
yeah, I don't blame her.
You know, and the girl behind the counter had obviously been beat down about this already before, and she's kind of getting on the edge about it too. So I thought, you know, I'll try to do what I think is the right thing here. I'm going to step in here, and I'm just going to tell this lady that I'll buy her stuff.
I'm going to buy your groceries.
Put it with mine.
Put it with mine.
Put it with mine. I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to solve this problem.
Bubba's toting Benjamins.
I wanted to be a problem solver, Rick. You know, that's part of my calling. I want to be a problem solver.
Well, you combine your big heart with your problem-solving desires.
Right.
Sometimes it really benefits people.
And so then I opened my wallet up, and she's got her stuff there. It's not a lot. It's just a few items, and I put my few little things up there, and I look, and I have $62 in my wallet.
Oh, boy.
And she totals it up and says it's $85.
Hey, I got this. Rick, I got it.
Hey,
let me help you out.
All this drama. Hey, drop this drama right now. I got it.
Rick, Bubba to the rescue.
See what inflation did to you?
So at this
BHB.
point, there are other people in line behind me.
What do you do?
And there's a gentleman behind me that says, I got it. I'll take care of it. And he's holding up a $100 bill. And I'm thinking, so now the lady who was thanking me is now thanking him. And then I'm thanking him. And I'm thinking, why am I thanking him? I had money for my purchase.
That's
what am
right.
I doing?
Right now, you're thanking him for helping you to accomplish what you started.
What if you would have gave him your $62?
Well, wait a minute. It gets stranger, okay? So then the lady behind, the guy behind me is in line, and she's saying, hey, I love the show. And I said, thank you. And he's telling me, hey, I listen part of the time. I agree with you about half the time.
And he thought you'd have more cash.
That's you know, would rather you agree half the time than none of the time.
That's right. It's better than none.
And so then at this point, the lady behind the counter has all kind of stuff up there from 3 customers. She has a $100 bill, and she has $62 in other funds, okay?
All of a sudden, this has turned to a GoFundMe.
So
that's funny.
So she's trying to figure out how in the world I do this, because now that his stuff is added to it, it's $123.
You got to be kidding me.
Okay.
You got to be kidding
Wait
me.
a minute.
So she's struggling, trying to figure out what's going on. And I said, take the $100 bill, take $23 out of that stack of stuff, put that in the register.
Oh, my.
Give what's left over to this guy behind me who gave the 100. And that seems like it solves it. So a little bit of confusion. So she does that, and then we all get our stuff and we head out. And I'm thinking, well, that didn't really work out like I'd planned it, but I'm glad it did. And the gentleman behind me says, he says, hey, don't be dogging us lobbyists on the air all the time.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
And I said, lobbyists are a good source of information. I said, what or who do you lobby for?
This is unbelievable.
And he says, whoever pays me. And so we laugh about that as I'm going out the door.
No wonder he had a $100 bill.
Yeah,
Well
laugh. And so as I get in my car and I'm starting to leave my Hendrick Jeep, so I'm a Hendrick driver,
baby.
and I'm starting to go off. I see him come out, and he gets in a very nice car. And I thought, well, that's cool. He must do very good for himself. And then I started thinking, wait a minute, I just got some anniversary cards and like some candy stuff, and I paid $62 for it.
You're completely wiped out.
Big-hearted Bubba.
Meanwhile, the lobbyist who was folding out Franklin's.
The lobbyist got change back.
And I thought, now, wait a minute. Did I?
You just paid $62 for some cards.
I could have probably bought mine for $10, and been out of there. So anyway, it all worked out. Everybody's heart was in the right place.
So you had to sit down and get your heads together and work it out.
Well, it was confusing, and the more generous everybody got, the more confusing it got.
Well, everybody trying to help.
It seems like to me that the woman who got in the original bond, which by the way, there should be some sign on the door that says we cannot do cards.
Yeah. Well, it just went down.
Oh, right.
They normally would.
Right.
They normally they were having a problem.
Right in.
And trust me, it was causing problems all through the store.
Well, yeah, because I don't even I bet you 9 out of 10 days I don't even have cash on me, hardly ever.
Yeah.
And so I would be like, well, do I get to have my stuff, or y'all? Is this going to be on y'all or on me? Because I mean, is it my fault that y'all can't take my payment? But what I'm saying is, it sounds like to me, so that person gets out with their stuff paid for.
Yes.
The lobbyist covered her and then got change back, and I think your money just went back to. I don't even know where it went.
Yeah, I think in my haste to help everybody move along, I shorted myself a little there.
If
but,
you look back, you should have got the $23.
Yeah.
No, it's all fine. It worked out. Everybody had a great intention. But I think I messed myself up a little bit.
I hate to say this based on what the lobbyist said. He just did his lobbying job, and you paid him. He did whatever you wanted. You paid a lobbyist. Do you realize that?
That's exactly what you did.
It's all good. It's all good. Everybody's heart was in the right place. That's what I appreciate. You know, I'm not worried about a mere $62.
No. Well, look. You know what you could tell Betty when y'all had your little anniversary dinner?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I bought you the best cards. I mean,
I paid more for it than I ever have.
Right.
No, everybody, it was all good. I'm glad it worked out. Everybody's heart was in the right place.
Yeah, your wallet was a little lighter.
That's all right. I'm good.
Thank you, big-hearted Bubba.
I'm good.
Rick and Bubba.
RX is. Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thank you for being with us. O'Reilly Auto Parts, upcoming events coming up this weekend. Sherry and I, my wife and I, will be at the Together Marriage Conference, Olive Baptist Church, beautiful Pensacola, Florida. Getting emails and folks on social media coming from all over the country. Look forward to seeing all of you coming up on Saturday. It is sold out, but ones that are there, we'll see you. Also, Calvin Speedy Wilburn out and about in Birmingham, Alabama tomorrow, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Go by and see Speedy at the Campus Spirit Store at the outlet shops of Grand River in Leeds, Alabama. Tell Speedy hello. Also, man churches are happening tonight. Rich Wingo will be speaking at a man church at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama. Coming up on a Sunday, Enon Baptist Church in Morris, Alabama. Brian Gunn will be speaking there. Coming up on the 16th of August, Scott Dawson at First Baptist Church in Troy, Alabama. On the 21st, Linwood Baptist Church, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Rich Wingo and I will be there for the man church one day. August 22nd, Michael Helmsley Helms will be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com at Parkview Baptist Church in Tuscumbia, Alabama. And then August 29th, the reschedule, Rich Wingo at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And on that note, thank you, Pastor Joel Carwile, pastor of First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama, and also Kev Ward, who's with the Limestone Baptist Association. Also John Crocker, who runs the men's ministry there at First Baptist Athens. We had a man church last night, and John Crocker and his wife had a team man church, and all the folks that were part of that at the church over to his house, and his wife, and he cooked some steaks on the grill, and his wife prepared an incredible meal. It was fantastic, and thanks for feeding us and being such incredible host, and also Wason Carroll, who was the worship leader, did a great job with the music. Thanks to all the men that came out. We had a great evening last night, and as we've said many times, trusting us to come in and do that is quite an honor, and we don't take it lightly. So thanks to all of you who came last night with your encouraging words. It was a great night of worship, and also thanks to everybody involved with the church and also involved with the Limestone Baptist Association for a great night, as they are just about done with curriculum number 1, and they're getting ready to go into curriculum number 2. And some other churches were there to get their information to get started as well. It was a great night. So thank you so much. The food was great. The hospitality was great. And it certainly was a great night of worship. So, Bubba, I don't know what our show is doing today with this total obsession with baseball, but we have yet another baseball
special night last night, Rick.
Another baseball story. And some people are saying this had something to do with these women at this Braves game and that these women were arguing over whether Field of Dreams was a baseball movie or not. Now, I don't know. I don't know that that's true or not, but two women get in a heated concession stand brawl at the Braves game, and we have the footage here. The Atlanta Braves. So look, look at this. I mean, this is an all-out brawl. Greg, please.
Greg, look.
Got her Freddie Freeman jersey on.
Yep. I got her Daisy Dukes on fighting.
Yeah, we got Daisy Dukes, and we're fighting at the concession stand.
Please listen to
I wonder what started it.
Yeah, look, there's
a kick-in on the way out.
We got a kick-in here, and everybody's trying to break it up. It's just. Now we're cuffing people. Now the women are being cuffed.
Cuffed and stuffed.
Is there anything I don't need to have on the audio here?
I'm not sure.
So
guys, I wish I knew what started it.
Here in the state,
she got her handful of hair though.
It does not say. It says the women engaged in a UFC style fight in the concourse of the Atlanta Braves Stadium during the team's 8-6 walk-off win over the Reds. I like they throw that in. Everything Georgia posted it on Twitter. Two ladies wrestled to the floor before one of them attempts a triangle choke on the other fan with her legs. The move, it says, would have made a lot of UFC fans very proud. It says there's an attempt to break it up. I'm trying to see. One fan says, let her go. They keep fighting. I'm trying to look here, just comments people made about the fight. There's nothing here. It says it is unknown what happened, but they did detain and handcuff one of the women, but not both. So nobody really knows what started it, but this must be the one.
That was the one that was on top. That's Freeman.
That is most responsible because she is not.
Y'all love that you can hear the PA music.
Everything just going on.
Yeah, the game going on.
People clapping.
There's just something about it. Always makes me uncomfortable. Even when they have, even when they do the. I know now we let women fight in UFC.
Can I tell you, I don't like those.
And we let them box. I just don't like it, man. There's just something.
It's weird.
It goes back to this again. Weird. As people, every time you try to talk about something like this, there's always the person that totally misunderstands what we say. What's your problem with women? And I'm like, we don't have a problem. No,
that's what they sound like.
Can I tell you what our deal is? And we don't apologize for this. And if I'm not speaking for you, you can correct me. But we've talked about this long enough. I think we're all on the same page on this. We have a tremendous respect for women. I don't know if y'all know this. We're married to them. And
my mom was one.
Yeah, our
you got to clarify all that. Now.
Our sisters, our aunts, our
daughters galore.
Daughters. But what I'm saying is, I respect women enough that I really don't want to see women treated like men. Mm-hmm. And that makes me uncomfortable. It's not something that I applaud. It's not something I want to look at. Men and women are equal in value, but they are distinct and they are different. And I think it's degrading when women act like or get treated like men. I don't think that's respectful to women at all.
Yeah, I'd rather not see it.
You're right,
really.
And
my main complaint is you can see here her technique for the triangle choke is way off.
Yeah, Adler,
that's why she wouldn't tap.
I was going to ask you, being someone who does Brazilian jiu-jitsu, isn't this some of this here? And this is bad technique, isn't it? Because this is kind of your world. Is this because now we saw yesterday with Hawaiian Punch. Now he was just brawling.
That was amazing.
And maybe they were brawling before they got here, but when the video
starts, ground game going on.
Yeah,
now.
but when the video starts, it's ground game.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see any takedowns or see what their stand-up game looked like. Right. I would have liked to have seen that.
Sure.
But, yeah, I don't know if she was going for – maybe she was going for a rubber guard instead of a triangle choke, because if she was going for a rubber guard, then she's doing her legs correctly.
Okay.
But as everybody knows, when you're doing a triangle, you're supposed to bite the neck with the inside of your knee, grab your shin on the opposite side, and cinch it down. I mean, what was she doing?
Clearly wasn't happening.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, right.
I think they were just pulling hair.
They're not near as tough as the women that you roll with.
For real.
I would like to see, though, how it started and how they ended up in that position.
Yeah. Helms made a good point. There's a ton of like popcorn and drinks, or maybe it's ice on the ground, but they're in a puddle of something.
Do we think I've been looking for you and I didn't know you were at the Braves game?
Yeah,
or something went wrong. I don't like the way we operated at the concession stand.
May have been some mask-related thing.
Yeah, I thought you cut in front of me, or was it like this? Hey, why don't you have your mask on here in the line? while we're in the line, we all need our
Well,
masks
Rick,
on.
try to steal some of my popcorn.
If you rely on the social media
That would've been
reports,
Rick.
they say that they were arguing about if the Field of Dreams was a baseball match.
There it is. Helms made a good
saw
point.
that.
They are
That's
wearing
good.
very similar outfits. They even have the same shoes
Almost
on.
like they're together.
And then you can see when the
can't
girl.
fight amongst friends.
Oh, who's heard of that before?
Right.
And then when the other girl with like the bleached out hair is getting arrested, you can see the
She's
same
kind of
shoes
worried
in
about
the
it.
background.
Yeah, she's
so the
kinda
other girl's like,
standing there
oh
going,
wow.
Didn't know we were going to get arrested about this.
You know what's probably at the bottom of it?
Oh yeah, got it, bro.
Yeah.
They've been hitting them $14 beers.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you what's funny? Can I tell you what's funny? Is I was talking to a friend of mine that loves to go to minor league baseball games. You know all the different promotions.
Sure.
Well, one of them, which I thought was possibly the dumbest promotion I've ever heard, bring your dog to the baseball game.
Oh, Rick.
Because that
I've done that.
I know you have, but
I
and
have.
I love
Kevin,
you.
did Kevin
and I
enjoy
love
it?
you. I
Yes.
love you.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where we just have a different point of view, and it's okay.
Yeah,
And-
we're different. It's
yeah,
okay.
Sure, it's fine. And so, but he said to the point, and I asked him, I said, what was the crowd like? He goes, well, now, it was an okay turnout. He goes, but I'll tell you one thing, it cannot rival Thirsty Thursday.
Oh, Thursday. Rick Adler's also been to that.
Okay, well, old Adler.
I have old Adler. Right.
That's old Adler.
Nice shirt, buddy.
He tried to take Kevin to Thirsty Thursday.
When I brought the dogs to the Barons game, because the Barons will do like the dog days or
Yeah.
whatever, there's a promo that runs in the amphitheater that features a doorbell sound, and when that doorbell sound goes off, the entire stadium full of dogs start barking
That's
like
funny.
crazy.
That's funny. That is funny. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Summer is a time for excitement. Try something new with HelloFresh. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Hey, Greg, come here just a minute. That was for you, Speedy.
He's been looking forward to that.
He's been ready to eat that breakfast. So, hey, come here.
We need you for a second.
I was going to ask you about something.
Come over here so we can see.
Come
you.
over here, Greg.
Here, little baby brother.
I know you've been, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea after what you've done today.
Oh, my goodness.
No. Because I just was reminded, and I'd forgotten about it. I was reminded, and I don't want anybody to think that we put you on probation or that you got in trouble or something because you're not going to be here Monday.
What, for speaking the truth?
Yeah, right. Got that. We don't have to revisit that.
Right.
But what I'm saying is this, is I don't want people to come up Monday and all of a sudden, hey, Greg's not there. Gosh, they got so much flack for what Greg said.
They yanked him into the corn patch.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But you're already scheduled not to be here Monday, and why is that?
Well, I blame Speedy because he brought it up.
Well, you'll blame
colonoscopy.
Colonoscopy.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Can't wait. Is this your first one?
Yeah, I'm a little late on it. Of course, now they tried. Now they say 45, but when I was 45, they didn't. So
That's
you
right.
can't count them
right.
5 years.
They told us to go at 50, and then you and I both waited about 5 years before we did it.
Yeah. Why, you want to bring me in here and talk about that?
Well, I just want everybody to know why you weren't going to be here.
Well, that's it.
So when do you start your preparation?
Sunday.
Rick, I know you have any advice for him?
I do.
You've been there, hadn't you?
I do, and now, Bubba, you had yours while you were asleep, right?
Yes.
You never went through the whole.
No, I
What a
didn't.
blessing.
And it's been a while back.
But
you laid in that big box, didn't you?
Do what now?
You piled up in that big old box and mailed it off. You didn't have to get a colonoscopy, right?
Well, we've been doing that, but I did get one that time that I browned out at work.
With a heart.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
with a heart issue.
It was a brownout.
Yeah, but don't.
It wasn't a blackout.
It didn't have it, but that was when you were bleeding.
Right.
I
So you've had one before.
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah, it was
I've
a
always
while
wanted to
back.
ask you about this.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to do what Greg's got to do Sunday in order for a colonoscopy to give you a clear picture.
Right.
Had they already cleaned you out for the other issue? How were you in a state to have that done?
Yeah, they were looking at the whole GI tract to see where I was.
So they'd already cleaned you out for that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I got it done. I said, look, I'm already here. And
yeah.
Did you have to? You got the cameras, so let's roll.
Did you have to go with what, as you said on there perfectly, was terribly misnamed, Go Lightly?
Yes.
Okay, so you did have to do all that.
Yes. Yeah, I took that.
Yeah.
And that, of all products I've ever run into, that is the most misnamed product. Go Lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you
it's not as
kidding me?
bad now. You don't have to.
Hey, it
that's
should
what I was gonna tell
be.
you.
It should be go like an explosion.
Yeah, right.
All right. Yeah.
Go bigly.
It should be called Go Kandahar. But
Mount St. Helens.
But let me ask you this. So there's two different, and I had some guys that have told me that they tried to go, or their doctor tried to go the cheap route and go back to the old school. Look, no matter what it costs, go with the modern version of this.
Yeah, I've got my instructions.
Yeah, and
it involves Gatorade and Miralax.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. Okay, but what I do, I know you like to read. I'd get me a book.
This a thick one.
Yeah, and if you want to catch up on emails and things like that,
so you're gonna have plenty of time.
Yeah, you're going.
Okay,
and don't get too far away.
Yeah,
Gotcha. And try your best to be sure not to time it to where there's still more to go when you go to sleep.
No. I've done been
you don't
warned.
want that.
See, y'all aren't helping.
I've done been
want
warned
that.
about all that.
And Mr. Negative over here is afraid. He's already got it in his mind they're going to find something.
Greg, they're going to find. Like, can I go ahead and prepare you for this? Here's what your call's going to be.
Here he goes.
They will find some polyps.
Well, thanks.
And they'll trim them. I always picture them in there with some scissors for some reason. And they're going to take those out, but they're going to send them off, and they're going to say, hey, you're good, but we probably want you to come back in 5 years, not 10.
Okay,
that's what's going to happen.
I can live with that.
I don't know how they trim them now, but used to they would just put a stitch around it.
Yeah.
Why are you making that motion?
Like you make
like when you band the
around
calf.
it.
Like
yeah,
when you band the
yeah, I was about to
just
say,
make
just
it a
let
steer.
it,
Make
just
it a
let
steer.
it fall off.
Yeah, when you make it a steer. Yeah.
All right,
I'm
all
just
all right, stupid question alert.
It's also a new way they're doing vasectomy.
So when they're
hemorrhoids too.
So when you come out of it, do they say found it, took care of
No.
it, or you have to go back?
You get like they'll come in. Yeah, you will be coming out of your sleep, and they'll come in and say, "Hey, just FYI,
preliminary report.
Here's what we saw." Da 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 da.
That'll make you leave and like worry about it and stuff.
Yeah, well, there'll be some send off.
Yeah.
But they took care of. They took them out while they were in there.
Yeah, but that don't matter. I mean, if they send it off and all of a sudden,
right. But I'm just saying,
not the ones they tie off because they fall off on their own.
Gotcha.
Great.
I need to know.
We're done with this.
I need to know a couple of things. What's the last thing you see and you remember?
It's not good. I'll just tell
See,
you.
that's what I've got.
Okay. All right, so you better have a sense of humor.
I will say
It's
this.
usually somebody telling you, "Hey, you're about to get real sleepy."
No, let me say this.
No, I'll tell you. If you want me to show you, I'll show you. Let me tell you this.
I know what Kate said. He saw.
He said his last view. Of course, he's going, no, you can't believe
The
him.
last thing you remember is getting over on your side and people positioning themselves to the place of concern. And you go to sleep with people standing around waiting on you to go out.
Are you serious?
I'll say this.
I mean, it happens quick. But
I had
you,
that-
you do know that people are positioning themselves.
The endoscope when they go down your throat, and I remember when they were starting to stick it in my mouth. I hope it's not like that.
No,
I want to sleep before they get to that point.
You never feel. You never feel them saying we're going in. Yeah. But what you do know is, hey, you got no drawers on. Okay,
You do know that?
Oh yes.
Well, you're in the hospital
Well,
game.
they didn't knock you out.
Why not knock me out before?
No,
you...
no. Well, that's
You
not-
can't get
that's against
undressed,
the
knocked
law.
out.
That's against the law.
No, let me derobe, lay me down,
Wait a
and
minute.
knock me out,
Who's
and
your
then get me naked.
anesthesiologist, Bill Cosby?
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying I don't want to see my butt in the mirror before I'm out. But you know what I'm saying? Put me out.
They're going to put him to sleep, and they're going to doff his drawers.
You can't do that.
Put me out, then pull my robe
No.
up.
He'll wake up and be on one ankle.
No, what I'm saying is you will already be nude with the gown on.
Right.
You'll lay on your side, and they will begin to prepare access to where they need to go.
Are they preparing out?
You'll go out right as that's happening.
You'll hear them testing everything, getting it ready.
Sure. The last thing I heard when I went out is, wow. Really? Well, I'm just saying. It's the very last.
I mean,
thing
so how do you sitting on your hip like you're in a picture?
Sure,
like,
you are.
hey,
Yeah, you sure
No,
are.
you're laying on
You're
your
laying
side.
down.
No, you're on your side, and it's
Speedy
like,
had him bun up at one point. That's what he said
I
earlier.
wasn't bun up.
You said that.
I just don't want my butt. I just don't want the last thing I see is like, oh, there's my butt, and then I'm out. I don't want that.
no, you'll just see the
You know
top.
what I
You'll just
mean?
see the top of your hip.
Okay. Because Kate's had himself looking in a mirror, and that's what he saw.
Well, don't look in any mirror.
Well,
It's
again,
kind of like when you
I think
when
you
you're
have to throw Kate's experience out.
It's like it's like when your child's born. Don't look at mirrors.
Okay.
All right, you just you.
All right, so Greg,
if there's a mirror in the room, do not look in that.
all right, who's helping?
But you're
with-
gonna go to sleep real quick.
So Lisa's helping with prep on Sunday. Is Lisa helping with prep on Sunday?
Why would she help?
I mean,
Greg,
just making sure you take it because you're not very good
got
with
you
that.
out, Greg, why don't you get you a bikini wax while you're out?
I may do that. Brazilian.
She needs to read the instructions for you because you won't.
Let me tell you this: don't do that thing where, hey man, I know I'm not gonna eat for a while, so I'm gonna load up.
No, that's not a good idea.
You better eat light that day.
You better eat light the day before.
Start now.
Yeah.
I got Greg.
After your traditional start.
Yeah, after my traditional. soup only.
We'll be back. 866 we be big is the number. So Greg won't be here Monday, but has nothing to do with what he's already done today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there. Hiring right now, buddy, the competition for employees right now is through the roof. So you don't want to waste your time. You want to know that there's a filtering process that can prioritize the top candidates that you're looking for, so you don't waste time interviewing people that don't meet the basic requirements for the role you're presenting. So use LinkedIn.com. They get with you, they get the questions, they filter them out. Then you're only interviewing people that really would be a consideration, okay? And you're not wasting time. And you can post your first job because you support this program. You can post your first job for free. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba to post your job for free as a supporter of this program. You also can find the same link to post it for free at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can get your role in front of the most qualified candidates for free. And the network that they have at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, 750 million people. Wow. So take advantage of that and get that done for free because of your support of this program. All right, so we'll get some more phone calls coming up here in a little while, but we do need to update everybody. We're going to update everybody on the Rick and Bubba NIL contracts. We have, as soon as we heard about the NIL opportunities, we began to cut deals with athletes. Today, these two we're adding today, two of them, they may be too qualified. I mean,
they may be doing too good. We want to introduce you, and many of you know them already from their ties to the show in the past, and that's Carmen Greenwood and Cassidy Greenwood.
Yep.
Carmen played at Auburn, transferred to Louisville. She plays for the Cardinals there. She's a ACC, all ACC selection. She also was NFCA All Southeast Region First Team selection.
That's basically coaches that say these are the best players in the region, and Carmen was picked as one of those, being the best in the country.
If you try to do all the accolades,
that's a lot
with these two sisters. We're going to be here a while.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm looking at the things that they've done in big time college softball, and they may be overqualified to be in an NIL deal.
Yeah.
With Rick and Bubba, but we're honored that they accepted the deal. And we have a video of them, and here they are accepting our NIL offer.
Hey guys, it's Cassidy and Carmen Greenwood here, and we're super excited to be signing our first NIL with the Rick and Bubba Show. Pumped to get our Rick and Bubba gear and show it off on campus. We are grateful for this opportunity. Thanks, Rick and Bubba.
And there they are. Hey. And the ladies signed the deal.
In harmony.
It's in ink now, baby.
And Cassidy actually played on a basketball team for me once upon a time.
I forgot all about that.
Oh, boy, Coach Bubba.
Yeah, she was a hoss.
Yeah, so there we go. I was looking at some of the stuff, and you and I were talking about it. Last year, Carmen led Louisville in hitting a batting average of 430.
Now, didn't she lead the ACC in number of hits or something? What was like I say, there's so many stats.
There's so many things in here. I mean, she was Offensive Player of the Week. You get a couple times, one time in there, and then you got all this other stuff. When you read it, then you look over at Cassidy. My goodness, I mean, as a sophomore, she batted .386 and had a .460 on base percentage in a shortened season.
Led the team, by the way.
Yeah, and so she is a catcher or designated player. She does those two, and of course Carmen is an outfielder, and both of them very good at the plate.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there you go. Congratulations, ladies, Cassidy and Carmen Greenwood, daughters of Ryan Greenwood, who has worked with the show for many, many years and still close friend, and they have signed their NIL deal.
And Rick, on our website, if you go to the People tab,
yep,
and you scroll down, you'll see NIL team. We have staff, contributors, current interns, past interns, and the NIL team.
Yeah.
And you will see the folks that we have on the team so far. You have a bio and an Instagram link. Trent Howard at Clemson, Mackenzie Mullins at Trevecca, J.C. Wilburn at Lawson State, Helen Claire Edmonds at Mississippi State, Lauren Mahan at the University of Cumberland. She's also a new ad who was a former intern. You may remember Ronnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
Carmen Greenwood and Cassidy Greenwood, both with the University of Louisville. We have some other invitations out there, and hopefully we'll get them up soon. But I'd got an email from some of our folks that are very caring on the show, and they said, look, we love y'all are doing this, and we want to email or contact these athletes and encourage them. So there's the information for them, and I guess you could follow them on Instagram and direct message them or whatever, and give them pump them up, because listen, college is tough enough. When you are a full-time college athlete now, it is very demanding on you physically, and then you have to keep your grades up too. So we're glad to spotlight these kids and give them a little notoriety and have a little fun with all of it. But we really are cheering them on.
Did you notice that Ryan negotiated for Carmen an extra $1?
Yeah, because of her status making all ACC and leading the team in so many ways and having the most number of hits, he thought that her contract should be for $101.
So he wanted her to be the highest paid NIL that we have by $1.
Right.
So there you go.
We don't want to start a bidding war.
Well, that's
well done.
Yeah, that's a tough negotiation right there.
It is.
So anyway, you can, and Adler just walked it out for you. If you're watching, you simply go to rickandbubba.com, click on People. That's a tab at the top. And as you scroll down, you'll see NIL players. Click right there, and you can, as Bubba said, encourage them, follow them. And then they're going to be putting stuff on their social media with the Rick and Bubba swag on.
Yep.
And going out and spending their $100 or $101.
And you've met several of these on the air already, either that were interns, we interviewed them, they were on a podcast, and we'll try to highlight some of these throughout the year too, just so you'll kind of know what's going on. It's fun to me to see what these folks' lives are like, what they're doing, how they're doing, and all that. So it's been a lot of fun for us.
Yeah, it has, and plus we thought it was pretty funny that when this first happened, we jumped on these deals immediately, and of course you see the big time deals everybody's signing. Of course, ours is some T-shirts, a spatula maybe, and $100.
It's
but I mean, hey,
it's an NIL deal, Rick.
Yeah,
and not everybody that we're signing is going to get one of those big. Not everybody's. Very few's getting those really big.
Yeah,
deals.
we're looking at athletes that maybe won't be getting an offer any other way. We're looking. We've got some backups that are involved. We've got some people in sports that you don't know as much about.
Yeah, we've got one invitation out to a backup punter.
Yeah.
So hopefully that one will come through for us.
If you're a backup punter at a small school, who's going to give you an NIL deal other than us?
Rick, that's got Rick and Bubba stamped all over.
Yeah, it does. So we're trying to go into areas that are not being serviced.
Yeah, I mean you can't get an NIL deal with us if you're a major player. Like I say, the Greenwood girls are kind of pushing it a little bit.
They're almost too good.
Right. And they got the best agent, it looks like. So a couple of Clemson Tiger fans have reached out and said, please quit saying Clemson like a P. There's no P in Clemson.
Look at it.
It's your buddy, too.
Hey, Rick, I want to point out, too, Cassidy and Carmen, when 15 years ago, they actually worked on the Rick and Bubba staff. During the holidays, they would show up and help me stuff the envelope, and we were running merchandise out of the building.
I forgot all about that.
They come in and put all work, and when it was all over, they signed a piece of paper thanking me for letting them help me, and they were young. They were just kids. I still got it in mind.
How about I didn't know
they
that.
were actually on the staff at one time.
Pretty good work ethic?
Oh, yeah. They get after it.
Well, I guess. I mean, look at what they're doing.
Well, their daddy, if they didn't, he'd whip them with a belt. So.
Greg, that's not true. Well, he actually sent a text and said, thank you for not having Greg in the studio when talking about this, just because of his mood today.
Yeah, right.
And you asked how it started. Probable cause. If a cop gets up to an accident, he wants to know how did it start. He's had his problems with commercials before the show, and it got him in this mood.
Oh, okay.
That's what started.
I needed that. Thank you.
That's what started everything.
Nothing to do with nothing.
I really needed to hear that because I didn't know where it was coming
incorrect.
from.
Yeah. No, you were holding court for the show.
No, incorrect. That has nothing to do with that. That's not a baseball movie.
What about the colonoscopy coming on Monday? Could that have got you?
I'll put that out of my mind for now.
Tammy?
Yeah.
I bet you won't put it out of your mind Sunday.
No, I won't. When I'm choking down that Gatorade and Miralax, that ought to be good.
Got you a novel to read? We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. So welcome Carmen and Cassidy Greenwood to the Rick and Bubba NIL team. Softball, Louisville. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Whatever's on your mind, 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're on hold, we'll come into you when we come back. Stay with us.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show phone trolling. Here we go. Largest number of people on the show in the shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program comes to a close. Another person gets an opportunity. Taylor in the great state of Florida gets us started. Taylor, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
This is Caleb.
Oh, hey, Caleb. I'm sorry. It's just
Yeah,
Taylor.
right.
Taylor on
Okay.
the board. Go ahead, Caleb.
No, you're good. Man, I was looking forward to going and seeing you in Pensacola this weekend, Rick, for the marriage conference.
Yes.
But I had a pastor friend of mine who called out, and he's sick, and I'll be helping him out by filling the pulpit on Sunday. But I'm looking forward to hearing you coming to Chipley for the men's event at our church at First Baptist Chipley. So still looking forward to hearing you, and sorry I won't be able to see y'all in Pensacola this weekend.
Well, we'll miss you, but I'm glad you're doing that. And, yeah, Chipley, Florida, that is going to be September 26th, I believe. We'll be there. So I'll see you then. And we'll miss you this weekend. Larry in Florida as well. More Florida. 30 seconds. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, you talk about this colonoscopy. You get in there and they put you on this funny-looking bed/table. You got your hiney hanging off of it. They tell you to take your knees and try to touch your stomach with them, so I'm doing that. And he says, no, I need to reach through and grab my right leg and throws it over my left knee. So the guy putting you to sleep is telling you what he's going to do, and then when he gets through, he says, well, y'all ready? And he says, here we, and over here to go.
I don't think that's going to help Speedy or Greg, but I did forget about tucking your legs.
For a minute, I felt like I was on an episode of Mayberry.
Yeah, me too. Did you think he was going to throw rocks?
I did.
That's good.
I forgot about the tucking of the knees.
So that was real?
Yeah, that is true.
So they asked you to do it?
You got to tuck your knees under. Lay on your side, kind of getting a little bit of a.
Okay. Yeah. Like you're almost cuddling.
Mm-hmm. I got me a towel and snuggled it. So I'd have something close to me when I came up. Let's go to Craig in Alabama. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Go ahead.
I got a slogan you can put on a T-shirt.
Okay.
Facts don't care about your feelings. ... Neither does Greg.
Yeah, that is true. That is. Greg's got something. I don't even know how to describe him.
I'm telling you, what Speedy said earlier, last segment, helped me a ton to kind of file away what's been going on today.
And who are the victims? Who are the victims, Bob?
the ones that are closest.
Right.
We forget he's got this terrible disease that we've pointed out.
If you didn't believe in it,
RT, rude Tourette's, where he just blurts out whatever comes to his mind, no matter what the situation is.
And if you didn't believe it before today, you do now.
Well, it's been documented on the show, but I think we forgot he had it.
Yeah, we did,
and we just let him go.
And look, in the foolish, and then I'm on myself. It was foolish of me to think that a man that we love as much as James Spann could say in Greg's presence, "Field of Dreams means a lot to me because my dad abandoned me when I was 7, and I always wanted to play catch with my dad." That would be an indestructible defensive move that would put Greg completely back and refuse to go forward. And Greg never even checked up. And it goes back to, again, it is a disease.
It is, yeah.
Agreed. Let's go to Chris in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Chris, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, so I have a grandfather that died from colon cancer and a father that's a survivor, and I've had a colonoscopy every year for the last 13 years. I'm 64. So that's the serious side. Colonoscopy saves lives. The stuff they used to give us would challenge Elon's Musk, astronaut theory, because it would launch you.
Yes.
It's gotten better.
It's much better now.
And
pay for the new stuff.
I wish it was called Go Easy.
Look, as you know, that's not a place
to. One thing I'd warn Greg about is you're going to be starving after that first day. Don't give in to the urge for a double cheeseburger because the after effects have to.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I've heard people tell me there's some places that try to say, "Hey, we'll pay for it if you use the old stuff." Look, whatever you have to do, use the modern stuff.
Yeah,
I don't care if it's more expensive. Ask your doctor. Say you want the most modern. You don't want to go back to the old way. And there's a guy who has to have one every year, and he just confirmed it. Let's continue. Let's go to Rob in Iowa. Rob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. I was just calling for the reason why we're pulling out of Afghanistan. The reason we kind of have to is because they fight the war with rules of the infinite game as opposed to a finite game, how we fight rules in America. There's no way for us to ever overcome the infinite game. Just by the way we fight. We can't, you either have to out-evil them, which I don't advocate for, or the hearts and mind plan, and that doesn't rule. They don't take that in.
Now,
there,
let me ask you this.
Let's
Let's see, what line are we, Rick?
You're sitting there on 6.
Okay, I'm looking for a name.
Well, it was there, and now something's happened.
What is it?
Rob.
Rob, here's the thing. When you have to out-evil somebody, the case could be made we did that in Germany and certainly Japan.
Yes, but they have finite rules. There was a day that it ended whenever people lost. Whenever it comes down to people who have an infinite number of people that keep coming over and fighting, there is no end date. No one's going to sign a declaration saying that they've lost. We did with all those other places that we're still at right now. But McNamara learned this with Vietnam. There was no end date for them to sign. They're going to keep fighting because we were on their soil. We learned our lesson there, just like we're learning our lesson here, and it's taken a couple of decades.
Let me ask you this: Do you think there's any group that we've currently engaged in that is more tenacious than the Japanese were in World War II?
No, but they had a leader at that time who realized they were going to fight into infinitum as well. But whenever we dropped bombs, they realized that they would become extinct at that point. Their leader loved their people enough.
I think you're making my point there. There is a point where you discourage them from fighting.
Yeah, I guess I was asking. You're saying there's no one, a voice, nothing that can break the Japanese basically decided we thought that our emperor was God and we were going to fight forever and ever, and he finally said, we're all going to die if we don't stop. And you don't think the Afghans have any ability to have the same response?
No, I don't think the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, or any of the other terrorists that continue to funnel themselves into there have that. Now, the Afghanis are very kind people there for the most part.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Taliban. I meant
the Taliban will not. Yes, the Taliban will sacrifice anyone that they have to.
I think they're just really good at history, and they looked at what won in Vietnam and just duplicated that, knowing they were going to take losses, knowing it would take a decade or two.
Yeah,
and just wrote it out, so to speak.
Yeah. Do you think that we just say, hey, they're terrorist attacks, and things are we just have to live with that? Because there is one way, and it did work, and we went on the offense. Is you can keep them on the run, even though to your point they never stop. But you can say it's kind of hard to fund and train and create terrorist cells if you can't come out of a cave without being killed.
Yeah, I will say it has been successful on that. We've kept them on the defense.
But I guess that's long and hard and expensive, and it just goes on and on and on. But
into infinitum, correct?
Well,
we'll always keep going.
And we're still in Japan and Germany.
Yeah. So
they signed the declaration.
I would have kept
termination point.
I would have kept a military base there permanently in Afghanistan. And anytime the Taliban got too out of hand, I would give a lot of air support to the Afghanis on the ground to cull it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do agree with this earlier, though. You know, if you are going to leave, go ahead and get everybody out before the military leaves. What a imbecile thing to do to remove our military and leave Americans there
so crazy.
And leave allies there.
Well, it's always been that way, though. The embassy is the last thing.
I understand, but I mean, the why is debatable, and there's arguments, but how we're doing it is, I don't understand.
Just like Vietnam.
Well, we're having to send 8,000 more troops in to get people that we left.
Y'all were too young to remember them people flying off the roof and how sad that was. People that couldn't hang on the helicopter were dropping.
Yeah, I guess, though, if that happened in Vietnam, why would I create that scenario again?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why are we following that plan?
I don't know.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we continue to move forward for a brand new hour. We hope that you'll join us at 866 We Be Big. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. And thank all of you for joining us for, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
5 hours each and every day.
That's all.
We've covered some of the bigger stories, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we need to hit this hour. I know we got people standing by on the phones, ready to talk. If you don't want to talk about COVID, there's not a lot left. We kind of hit everything that wasn't COVID.
If we don't watch Chris Cuomo doing the dad dance,
Rick.
I'm going to be mad today.
What happened?
He was seen dad dancing at a 21-plus club.
What do we mean by dad dancing?
I don't know.
I'm a little off, but
yeah, a little off.
I think I'm sharp.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not quite on it.
Video 5, Adler. So you're saying Chris Cuomo,
right?
2 weeks before his brother resigned. That's what this video is.
Yeah. And he's at a place that he's dancing, and somebody caught it, and
So he it's one of these things where if it was just during the time that he wouldn't even talk about the story about his brother. I mean, and
Rick, that whole thing.
And Don
is so
Lemon would
weird.
have to uncomfortably
It's
talk
so
about
weird.
it as they passed it on.
And who's that other guy on CNN? It looks
There
like
he goes.
George.
There he goes.
What's
he doing?
What is he doing? And
my
he's
gosh.
at a club doing this.
Yeah, it's a 21 and over club, I guess.
Okay, well he's over 21.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
He's got some. It looks
The beat
like
had him there.
It reminded me of Beth Mowens trying to dance a little bit.
Oh wow. Okay.
Chris Cuomo, he's really going.
Well, he is gonna.
I wonder if I wonder if during all this he's not a little bit happy off the deep down inside, because he's always been called the little brother that what was the name that they called him?
Fredo.
Frodo.
Yeah.
Fredo.
Is it Fredo?
Even Trump had referred to him
Frodo's
as
from
that
the
one
Lord
time.
of the Rings.
But Big Brother was the governor and all that. And even though I'd done pretty good, and I was on CNN, I had my own show and all that, I was still kind of the the out brother of the Cuomo clan. But now I'm sitting pretty.
Now he is married.
Do you think?
He's married, right?
I believe so. Because when he had COVID, don't you remember?
Yeah.
He tried to
like he's
stay
got some
down in the
help there.
basement or something. And,
I just noticed he's got a little help. I mean, just
Greg,
hanging out with the guys,
Greg,
sipping on gin and juice.
Do you think you could recreate his dance and maybe see if you could dance along with him? Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be that far off.
Bubba, I know you're the dancer. You
Well, I'm
might
kind
go.
of offended they would call that dad dancing. We're dads. We all can dance better than that.
Yeah,
He
right.
just, the rhythm got him.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Sorry.
not sure.
But you know what I'm saying? He's been kind of the lower tier.
You're talking
of
about
the
deep down.
Cuomo family, and he's like, well, see, I ain't.
Yeah.
I'm not the low man anymore.
Deep down in places,
I love you, brother. Let me advise you.
Deep down
Hey,
in
why don't
places
you
you don't
step
talk about
down?
at parties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to talk about my big brother and all his success as governor of New York? Anybody want to talk about that? Oh, he had stepped down, didn't he? Guess I'm still at CNN.
So,
Hey.
Maybe he can come over and work with me.
boy, how about that?
What is that she's handing you? What is that? I couldn't
I
tell.
don't even pretend to know. I didn't know he was a smoker.
Right.
I couldn't tell.
It looks like he's pulling a cig in here there at the end.
In the dark. Look, she's got something she's holding. What is that?
Is that some?
Looks like a holder with glasses in it or
Is that a
something.
purse? No.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Boy, they got
quite a little
they got a
outfit
table
she's got
full
on
of
there.
drinks, don't they?
Yeah, they're pouring some sort of.
Oh.
What is this we're seeing exactly?
He's at a 21 and over club, and Rick, I didn't know he smoked either.
Is that what he's doing?
Or is that no? Is he eating
He's
something?
eating something.
No.
Okay.
I guess.
All
I
right,
don't know what.
Let's
he's
be
doing.
fair. I think he's eating.
Did-
Yeah, he's definitely
he
eating
ate
something.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like he's a little old for all this?
Yeah.
I mean, to be still clubbing at a 21 and over, and I mean, it just feels a little. I
Well,
mean,
he
What's
did-
it
he
called?
did
The
this-
clubhouse? Is that what it says?
But he did like the little swinging rope thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the beat's got him
Look
right
at
here.
him.
He
There we
just-
go. Look
yeah.
at me. Hey.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There I go.
I'm
There
gonna
I
swing
go.
around.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right. Well, that's about as uncomfortable as I guess I can be today. I guess I'm.
And that's a lot of moments to be uncomfortable about today.
Right, and I think this may have just surpassed all of it. So there you go. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Lazarus. Wow.
Come forth.
Out of Alabama. Hey, Lazarus, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, I was listening to y'all this morning, and I was hearing about the endorsements and stuff like that. That's the reason why I'm calling them NIL checks.
Sure.
I used to be an athlete myself. I did track and field at the University of Alabama a couple of years ago, and I've been going to work every morning, and it's been getting hot outside. And I figure if we can make the money right, I'll just drag this place up and go back and use my last couple of years of eligibility.
Well, we definitely have, want to give everybody an opportunity. You may be even beyond our help now.
Yeah, I don't know what we can have.
Yeah, but thanks.
You think his buddies call him Laz?
Is that a pretend name he was using? Do you hear many people name that?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
You don't hear that in Adolf a whole lot.
No.
Lazarius.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Lazarius?
Oh.
I took the call.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Oh, thanks for that, Greg.
You wonder why he didn't correct me?
I didn't. I may not have spelled it right.
Yeah. Well, how are you going to spell it? But you would think when I said Lazarus, he would have said no, Lazarius.
Yeah.
So you just sat here the whole time, let that breathe like that?
I was enjoying it.
Okay.
Because there's nobody that, it's nothing wrong with that name, but I'm just saying.
It carries a lot of.
Well, every time, if God forbid, if you're alive and the person passes.
Yeah, I know.
You go to the funeral, you kind of catch yourself sitting there going,
keep peeking over there.
Yeah. Let's go to Sandy in Florida, the free state of Florida. Sandy, go ahead.
Sandy.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Bubba, you disappoint me.
What's that?
You don't have a C note in your pocket?
A C note.
Yeah, she couldn't believe you didn't have a 62 bucks.
I didn't at the checkout yesterday. Normally I would have tried to have one, but I think somebody done lifted it from me.
Yeah, normally I've seen you walk around with Benny all the time. Benny goes with you.
Not yesterday.
How about I never have cash? Never.
Yeah.
Never. And
I don't have a dime. I don't have a dime in my wallet now.
Yeah.
It's completely empty.
Yeah, and I know that you should carry some. I just never. I never do. How about I've got a friend of mine that is so. He doesn't like the fact that we're getting away from cash, that he forces people to take cash all the time. It's like but I'm like, you really want to carry around quarters and dimes?
I think during this COVID time too, just handing something off, there's an extra layer of quag about that too. So people want to do it.
Well, yeah, right. But I'm talking about I can't imagine. I understand carrying around some folding money in your wallet for emergencies or the rarest occasions you get to a cash only situation. Maybe you have to go in a state park. But change. There's really not people walking around with a pocket full of change, are they?
I don't think so unless they just got some back from somebody. I keep a cup in my truck, I usually don't do a card. I usually don't do a card at a drive-through. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I always do. Yeah. I use a card for everything.
Yeah, I usually just hand them something.
Yeah,
I use a change in a cup.
To Abby and Trustful. Abby, go ahead.
And then every Christmas I clean it out.
Hey.
Hey, Abby.
Hey, I was just calling. I've got 5 sons, and my second is named Lazarus.
Really? Wow.
Yes, and we call him Laz.
Of course. But do you ever scream across the house, Lazarus, come forth?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a cool name.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those
You just don't hear it a lot.
When you hear that, it's tied to Jesus' great miracle. That's very, very cool, and it's a cool name, but you see our point.
Oh, yes. Oh, I get looks and questions all the time. Like, oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Do you ever think about it like when you're waking him up from a nap?
That's funny.
Oh, yes. Anything you can think of, we have definitely played on that.
Oh, that's great. It's a cool name, though.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we'll be back. More of your phone calls coming up. Any stories that we may have missed that may be of interest. And you can reach us too. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's the beauty of the old plaza being 10 lines strong. The Rick and Bubba Show will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Taking your phone calls, asking what is on your mind. Millbrook is checking in, and it's Chris from the great town of Millbrook. Hey, Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning, y'all. How you doing?
We're getting after it, buddy. You know us.
Good. I heard y'all talking about renting that farmhouse from Field of Dreams.
Yes.
And I was thinking maybe right before bed you should watch Children of the Corn just to get the full experience.
Yeah, let me tell you, when I saw a little bit of Children of the Corn, I was always, and Greg can vouch for this, as a kid and even as an adult, I just want nothing to do with horror movies. I don't want them. I don't like them. I don't have anything to do with them.
I used to like them when I was a kid. I don't now.
Something happened, and I got exposed to a little bit of Children of the Corn.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
And and that's just a foul because cornfields have got issues anyway.
They're spooky.
Yeah,
I'm growing up in Nebraska.
Oh, I can't imagine.
I'll tell you another one dealing with a cornfield was Signs. Remember when
Signs?
we watched that right before we went out hunting?
Let me tell you something. When all of a sudden the voice of darkness begins to say, "He wants you, Malachi," I was just like, "Hey, man, no more."
Out of here.
Children of the Corn, thumbs down. Signs, Corn, thumbs down. Any scary
when you see
corn
that old
thing,
leg in the corn,
Yeah, hey, the Children of the Corn, you don't want them coming out of that corn. I'm telling you. But yeah, I don't.
Well, if y'all get the farmhouse rented though, that'd be great.
No, pass on the Children of the Corn farmhouse. Y'all, when
Yes,
you look
sir.
at it, it's almost like a very similar thing.
It
isn't
is, Rick.
Yeah.
A lot of
Oh
corn.
gosh.
A lot of corn.
No, Children of the Corn, thumbs down. Wasn't that some Stephen King thing? Didn't he come up with that?
Possibly.
From the mind of
Signs,
Stephen King.
I think, was so good because we watched it the night before the opening of deer season. And when you're kind of not acclimated to going out in the dark and fumbling through the woods at the beginning of the season, you get adjusted to it later in the year, but that first morning is always a little tough.
Oh.
And then after watching Signs, and all you could hear was that radio with the static on it and see that old leg in the corn patch.
No.
You remember that?
No.
That was scary because they wouldn't show you what they looked like for a long time.
Why
That's the one that got
have we've done all we can do to terrify people about cornfields?
Yeah, I know. And I love
Yeah.
corn.
Well,
It was terrifying to me when they said it's time to go pick the corn.
Yeah.
Here's your toe sack and good luck.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Fill it up.
Fill it up.
Fill it up.
Let's go to Michael in Birmingham. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
It's super random, but I was just thinking, if y'all had 3 wishes, what would they be?
Now, are we
anything imaginable?
Are we
this for world peace and all that, or where do we start?
Anything you want.
Wait a minute. Now, are we exempt from using one the wish to ask for 3 more wishes?
Yes, that's cheating.
Can we do world peace, no more sickness, happiness for everybody, that kind of thing, or do you want it a little more practical?
Yeah. Do you want it now? First of all, because we got to take one and put it on. We're done with the pandemic. You know what I mean? Yeah. So one of them's got to be. Yeah, we got to wish that away if we were allowed that opportunity.
Yeah, I'd go with that one.
Yeah. And
you can do that.
That's
you don't want to waste 3 wishes on that, or like
no. That would only be one. I should only have to use one wish for that.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know why it'd be more than one.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's tough. I mean, there's there's so many problems. I mean, it's
well, instead of just saying the pandemic, won't you say do away with all sickness? See, that solves all of it.
Yeah, that's true. Now I don't know if we, like you're asking, can we do those kind of broad strokes?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but
and then how could it double back on you?
Right. So,
like bedazzle. Do you remember that?
Yeah, you
never worked out.
Yeah, because if you
it all depends on who's giving you the wishes.
Right. If you don't word it right, man, it really is a dangerous game to play.
It is. It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, sir? What would your wishes be?
Oh, he hung up.
Okay. I thought that might give us a little more guidance.
Right. So
what made him even think of that?
Yeah, people sit around thinking things, Gary. Jonathan in Birmingham, listening to us on ZZK. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I was going to share a colonoscopy joke with Greg this morning.
Yeah, let's joke as much as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know you're at the wrong doctor to get a colonoscopy. If you walk in, you say, "All right, doc, where do I put my pants?" He said,
"Oh, I mean, I know this."
All right.
I know
you're just not going to go there.
Gary told that one.
Gary's already told that one. Hey, you guys listen to my jokes.
I remember that one.
Oh, Gary's got a ton of them. Every time Gary says, "Hey, Don't every time Gary starts anything, you know
it's heading toward
it's headed toward Joe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really, 3 pretty good wishes would be to buy a boat, a truck to pull it, and a Yeti 110 iced down with Diet Coke.
With Diet Coke. Well, now you're Methodist now. You've made that very clear.
I don't know where that came from. What?
Chris in Louisville, Kentucky. Chris, go ahead.
What's up, Biggins?
Hey, buddy. Thanks for the call.
My wife turned me on to you guys about 6 years ago when we first met.
Cool.
And I was curious as to why Bubba gets the introduction he gets, nobody else. And have you heard from Nope lately?
We have not heard from Nope.
No, we do, though.
Yeah, the introduction is one of those things that has stayed the test of time. Bubba at one time was a reoccurring character on the show. And so he was always introed, so we just kept doing it.
Oh, okay. I was curious. I never heard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's where it came from. I know sometimes you think that
we like screaming right out of the gate.
That there must
Warmer
be
voices
there must
up.
be more, but no, that's really it.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's go to Richard in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Appreciate you. Go.
Greg, I never really wish ill will on people, but after all the trash talk on the Field of Dreams this morning, I hope they go in before you're out on your colonoscopy.
That movie must mean a lot to him. Like
payback.
Helms.
What if the doc?
Like Helms, it must mean a lot to him.
Well, he must be into science fiction.
What if the
he
doc?
must love science fiction and ghost stories.
What's the last thing? What's the last thing you hear from the doc before the procedure and you're out? Is he says,
I love baseball movies.
Field of
People take
Dreams
it
is a
personal.
baseball movie,
Nobody
and
has
then
to
all of a
take it
sudden you go
personal.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, do you
Because they're
consider?
wrong.
Let me ask you this: since you're an expert on movies and what categories they go into, where do you fall on the great controversy about the movie Die Hard? Is it a Christmas movie?
No, it's not a Christmas movie. No.
We got one shaking yes out there.
It's not even close.
He's trying to get home for Christmas, though, isn't he?
I don't know about that, but they ain't one Christmas thing. Christmas movies involve Santa Claus.
Do you know that's one of the big
families
debates
that hadn't
in
seen
movies,
each other in
though,
years, and a
that
snowstorm stops them from getting home.
Yeah.
That
Well,
one.
You know, that is a big debate, though. There's
I don't
been
get
a lot
it.
of arguments
I don't
about
think it's a
that.
debate at all.
Yeah, well, if you go back to
And radio's not a football movie.
if you go back to Greg's thing, it wouldn't pass it because it's not really about Christmas things. It's just set at
Christmas time.
Right. So he says that a baseball movie, the whole movie has to be about baseball.
About baseball.
Yeah, it doesn't just have baseball. in it.
Moneyball's a baseball movie.
That's a good
straight
movie,
up
by the
baseball
way.
movie.
Yeah.
A good one too.
A Christmas Without a Santa Claus, clearly a Christmas movie.
Clearly. Miracle on 34th Street, Christmas movie.
Right. Die Hard.
Rudolph?
Who?
Rudolph?
Christmas.
Just want to be sure that it wasn't about
Die Hard? Nope.
Wasn't about
No.
athletic deer.
Here's one. Here's one's a little tougher. Home Alone.
It's closer, but I still don't consider it a Christmas movie.
Yeah. But if you stick with your
It's
definition-
closer.
Yeah, with
because it can be kind of compared to Christmas Vacation, which is definitely a Christmas movie.
Is it?
There's
Home
Christmas,
Alone
is
can
Christmas
kind of be-
Vacation a Christmas
Oh,
music?
absolutely. Yeah.
But Home Alone is not.
It's close.
Okay.
I gotta study that one.
You're saying
they're similar.
Or you can issue a ruling on it.
Yeah.
You're saying Home Alone is closer to Christmas movie than Die Hard.
Oh, Rick.
It's in between
That's
Christmas.
not even close.
It's in between Christmas
You
Vacation
serious?
and Home Alone. No, I'm just asking.
I didn't even know Die Hard took place during Christmas.
I didn't either. More of your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
35
to my
minutes
knees.
past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. SimplySafeBubba.com. SimplySafeBubba.com. If you are looking for a security system, look, this is an industry that has been trapped in the past. They were in the old days. These were very intrusive, sitting around all day waiting on some installation crew to get there. Then, of course, you know, if you try to move and go somewhere else, if you're renting property, you couldn't even have one. You lock you into all these long contracts. They monitor you. You're paying it through the nose for it. Can't get out of it. Hidden fee. But with SimplySafeBubba.com, you install the system yourself. They have someone who monitors 24/7 with things as serious as a break-in, a fire, a medical emergency, and things that are not as serious but helpful, just helping you install it if you run into something that you need a little help with. But you should be able to install it in less than an hour. Because you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show and you're supporting this, we're going to get you 20% off your own security system that you will design for your property by going to SimplySafeBubba.com. Use that URL. That'll get you 20% off your system. It'll get you a 60-day risk-free trial, and your first month will be free when you sign up for the monitoring service, which is only $15 a month, and there's no long-term contract there. SimplySafeBubba.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. We'll get back to some of the phone calls. By the way, I want to tell y'all, it happened again last night. As you and I, we all been talking about how we're aging. You know, we've been at this a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, told y'all we were in First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama last night. Had man church, had great dinner, great host, all this. So Bones is traveling with me, and he does a great job of trying to, you know, make sure everything runs well, get all the details and all this kind of stuff. Really been doing a good job with that. You know, Bones has always had such a servant's heart with all of us through the years. So we're walking along, and he said, "Hey, I just want to be sure I'm telling everybody right." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, Are you all right? I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Like, have you been injured or something?" I said, "No." He goes, "Okay, that's what I thought." I said, "What?" He goes, "Well, they were asking me why you walk like you walk." And I said, I think that's just the way he walks. And I was like, "So people think I'm injured?" He goes, "Yeah, they thought something was wrong with you." I said, he said, "I told him I think that's just how you walk."
How do you walk? Really?
And they said, "Well, he's limping," and I told him I think he walks with a limp. So what am I, the real McCoys now?
I guess so.
Yeah,
huh?
I don't know if you've seen all of us walking. We
That's
look
what I'm
like
talking
we just
about.
come back from war or something.
So
I
is
mean,
it
we're
so
hopping
is it so
and
bad that
jumping
people ask people
Yeah.
that are like our friends, "Hey, is there something wrong?" You know?
Yeah, we're not walking real good.
So I want everybody to know last night I'm not injured. That's just the way I walk. To the phones we go. But I want to say this too in email. Concern from a parent. I think that somehow I have inadvertently raised a Greg. Concerned about my 16-year-old son. When he heard everyone giving Greg a hard time, his response was, "I don't see what the problem is. Greg's exactly right."
No, my goodness.
And it says,
my goodness.
He says,
before you know it, he'll be belittling James Spann.
He said when Greg made the comment about the ghost in Field of Dreams, he says, responding to Greg on the radio, exactly.
See?
Field of Dreams, and here's what the son says, 16 years old. Field of Dreams and Casper are basically the same movie. Friendly Ghost.
Wow, it brings a tear to my eye.
Yeah. And he said...
that kid gets it. He's going places.
He said if you'd have got Casper to play Shoeless Joe Jackson, you have the same movie.
That's a good one. That is awesome.
This kid...
He's got potential.
Here's the quote from the parent. "I think he's too far gone."
That kid, sky's the limit, buddy.
Sky's the limit.
Go for it.
Let's go to Ronnie. Ronnie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, this is Ronnie Cottrell. Appreciate y'all's influence. We're saying goodbye to a legend today, Bobby Bowden. His viewing is today at the Moore Center at Florida State University. His funeral will be tomorrow. I think they are going to have a ceremony in Birmingham, but I know he was a friend of y'all's and just a truly great man, a true legend.
taking Greg's mic off right now. Yeah, hey, you know what? Bobby Bowden,
he's been one of our favorite guests over the years.
Oh,
I've been lucky enough to have him on. I know 3 times, maybe 4,
no doubt.
But always was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
really.
And the time he gave his address out on the show.
Yeah,
he did.
That was good.
He did.
That was good.
Let's go to Jason, Dawsonville. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, I got an idea for a podcast.
Okay.
To give us a peek behind the Rick and Bubba curtains. Y'all been successful for so long. Let us get some insight on things like how you run staff meetings, how you deal with conflicts, how you make decisions, how you make your chemistry work. I've been watching y'all since the TNT days, and I've always been fascinated with just how y'all function together. I'd love to get a peek behind the curtain. What do you think?
You know, those questions, they intrigue me. And I honestly, but I some of the things you ask, and they're legitimate things to ask, I don't know that we could fill 45 minutes. I mean, some of it is so I honestly can say there's not as much going on here as you may think.
Well, we don't like to have meetings. We have them only when it's absolutely necessary.
Right.
We don't. I think one thing that helps us get along is we don't spend too much time together away from the show because we get burned out on each other.
Right.
And what else was the question? I can't remember.
He was saying the chemistry.
Oh yeah.
There's really
we're all friends.
It's either chemistry with a team and entertainment is either there or it's not. You can't make it happen.
Yeah.
You know, back to what we discussed the other day. But there's people that'll tell you that they've tried to put teams together before, just because they thought everybody in it would be a good combination. I hate to bring it up. You didn't think I'd quote Huey Lewis in the news, but Huey Lewis brought up that point. He said, could I have gotten other musicians that could have done as well or better than the musicians I had? He said, yeah. And were there singers better than me? Of course. But the chemistry we had I wanted to be on the road and work with people that I actually enjoyed being around. That was more important than even the talent level. And here we can certainly say that with all of us. But we really are just a bunch of good ones. And I really believe God's just kind of allowed us to have some success that I don't really know that we were able to generate on our own. It's just been I know people think that, well, you know, they're doing that thing where they pretend that they throw these shows together, but really behind the scenes.
No, we pretty much do.
Yeah, I mean, and then some people say, no one thinks that, Rick. We hear the show.
Right.
So,
I think one of the great mysteries of all of this and what's kind of a oddity is that there's not a lot of people that do a show like what we do. There's talk shows out there, obviously, but that we're not a particular genre. We're not a sports show, but we talk sports. We're not a religious show, but we obviously cover spiritual issues. We're not a news talk, but we do cover news and politics. We sometimes act goofy and have goofy discussions and throw food, but we're not a zoo. And I think that has kept it, at least for me, it keeps it fresh. If I had to do any of those independently every day, I think I would have burned out a long time ago.
No doubt. I agree with
but
that. But
now it hurts us with the radio industry because they want to put you in one of those categories to fit with a station. And I think it's probably limited our growth nationally a little bit because people don't understand it. But I think it has also endeared us to the audience to a degree because that's kind of how they live their lives too. I mean, they talk about different things during the day. And I think it's helped to have a more personal relationship with the audience. So, you know, it's good, it's bad. You know, you have one of those things.
Yeah, if you have to sit down and pitch us to somebody that's never heard of us, it's bad.
Yeah, and it's very odd what we do in our industry. You know, there are news talk shows, there are sports shows, they are this, they are that, but few of them do a little bit of all of it.
So, and I will say this too, I think another thing, and I see it in you guys, even whether you're doing it consciously or not, is, I mean, I kind of learned this, Greg, from our dad, who obviously made a living coaching, but he had a life outside of that. He did not spend all of his days sitting around talking about football.
Right.
No. And I think what has helped us stay healthy is honestly when we flip the switch off here, we usually don't flip it on again until we come back.
And we go different ways and do different things.
We go different ways. I got to have projects that are my own, that I enjoy, that I go out and invest time in. I don't spend the rest of the day, nor do the guys, sitting around talking about radio and talking about the show, and I really put it out and go do the other things that I'm also interested in. So I think some people that burn out also get so wrapped up that their identity is in what they do for a living, even though this, for me personally, is also what I've always wanted to do. It's more than what I do for a living for me, because it's always what I wanted to do. I would have done this for free and did do it for free for a long time. And but
man, to go doing it free again.
Yeah. So even though we still enjoy it, if I obsessed over it and this became my identity, and say I didn't do anything else but this, I would be already tired of it. We have to go out, and I think we all do a good job of going out, and it's healthy, and doing other things.
Yeah.
On our own, with other, everybody's a band, but we also get to all have our solo albums and do all that stuff. And without that, and sometimes people are like, well, how come y'all don't do all those things together? I think that's the last thing we should do. If we were doing everything together all the time,
you get tired of it.
I think that the longevity wouldn't be there. So we keep it fresh in all those different ways. So maybe that's something of interest. I think what Bubba said, the fact that we can't be pigeonholed, because we would be tired of it by now. Right. And we golf in our life, and we do other things, and don't do this all the time. Or we'll talk about the industry or all that, or even the show. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, the number. Involving the Rick and Bubba Show this weekend. Sherry and I are looking forward to being in Pensacola at Olive for all of you that are coming in from around the country for the Together Marriage Conference, followed by a concert with Shane and Shane. So that'll be tomorrow. Speedy will be in the Birmingham, Alabama area tomorrow for 104.7 WZZK over in Leeds, Alabama. You can see that at upcoming events. Rich Wingo tonight in Opp, Alabama. He'll be doing a man church at Westview Baptist Church tonight as they go through the men's discipleship strategy. So those are some things coming up this weekend. Also, a Sunday, a man church at Enon Baptist Church in Morris, Alabama. Brian Gunn. The Gun will be rolling in to kick off them through the men's discipleship strategy. So all that's going in and around. Find all the details either at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or at themanchurch.com and go out and participate this weekend. And we'll all come back, the Lord willing, on Monday, and we'll talk about the stories from the weekend if you're about to wrap up with us on Friday. Phone calls are still standing by, Bubba, at 866 We Be Big. And, I go to Clarissa. Clarissa's in Birmingham. She's listening to 104.7 WZZK. Clarissa, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Green Acres from home.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've been a faithful listener since 1997, and now I'm a YouTuber also. There's something that y'all used to do at the end of every day, that y'all did the show. At the very end of the show, you would say something to Bubba. I don't know what it was. I can't remember, but Bubba would make a last comment about the show or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tune in next time when
and
you might hear Bubba
it's
say.
Like the end of the show, and I love that.
Yeah. Well, it was actually a little takeoff of something they used to do on Hee Haw.
Yeah.
I don't remember if you remember that. The family that they used to spotlight that sit on the couch all the time.
Cole Haynes.
The Cole Haynes.
Yeah, the Cole Haynes.
Yeah, that was it, yeah. I forgot.
I completely forgot about the Cole Haynes.
I didn't think
Tune in next time when you might hear Junior say.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, we got away from that when this world of everybody's grabbing content and everybody's hearing the show in different orders, and some people hear it live, others hear the last hour first, and it kind of made it complicated, kind of like the 7 o'clock song when we kind of had to trash it. So, but who knows? I mean, we could always bring it back from time to time just for the heck of it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. We used to have fun doing it because I would forget we were going to do it, and Rick would pitch to me knowing that it was going to handcuff me.
Yeah, I love
and that was the fun part for Rick.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: y'all are 100% right on Hee Haw, so I'm not debating that. But didn't the electric company do something like that too? And it had to do with a Spidey.
Yeah.
They had that guy dressed as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not.
You're right. When Spider-Man, suddenly he'd go, and it would show his thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been used several times in comedy stuff.
Okay, so I'm not crazy that thought's in my mind that they used to have a Spidey character, and
you're right, and he would think things, and you would see them and make a weird noise.
Right, yeah. So, of course,
and then Morgan Freeman would come up as Easy Reader.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all do realize that was
Today's
Morgan
show
Freeman.
brought to you by the letter E. And there was another actress on there, Rita. What was her name? She was
Morano.
Yeah, she was very famous and made a lot of movies and TV shows. She was on the electric company.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Do you remember?
I
You
don't
didn't.
See, I remember because our PBS station where we lived was on Mount Cheehaw, was Channel 7. And the transmitter was up there.
Yep.
Obviously, the programming was coming from somewhere else.
Hi from Mount Cheehaw.
But when I was a kid, I thought all of those people were in that building.
Yeah, man.
And when we would go and picnic up there under the tower, which is one of the picnic areas I would watch that building. I wanted to see some of those people walk out of there, and I thought they got to come out sometime.
Easy Reader.
The show just ended. I know.
Right.
Huh? Yeah. Where's Easy Reader at?
And I've told y'all this one before that because of the sponsor, because I didn't understand sponsors when I was a lud.
Oh, I remember that.
I thought that Paul Harvey did his news and commentary from the Bank of Heflin.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too. I said, man, that's not far from where
Because
we're
they
at.
would show the front of the Bank of Heflin.
The
I thought
bank-
it's right there in the lobby.
Paul Harvey brought to you by the Bank of Heflin.
And I thought, man, if you walk in there and make a deposit, he's probably sitting there at a desk with a microphone and headphones on.
Oh, yeah.
Right there in Cleveland County.
And the rest of the story.
And I didn't understand about in the old days of AM radio that the national news was starting at a a fixed position.
Right, top of the hour.
I had no idea, and I kept thinking, why is this DJ not playing the whole song?
Yeah. I used to hate that.
I'm like, we did not get verse 2 of Sharing the Night Together by Dr. Hook.
Come on.
What, does he not know the song's got more left? And the national news would come in, and then I thought, that guy was just bad at his job.
Yeah, he messed up.
Do you remember sitting there trying to find a song that would hit it, and you'd hit it perfect?
Oh, you tried to time it out, and then if you messed up and had it a few seconds short, you had dead air. He's like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah. You'd rather it be long than short.
Did you ever cheat and try to get a music bed?
Well, you had to sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jake.
Reach over there and slow the record down a little bit.
I know.
Give me an extra 10 seconds.
Jake at State Farm. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, yep. I miss the days then when we used to could say if it was Thursday, it was Thursday. If it was 7 o'clock, dadgum, it's 7 o'clock. And if you wanted to throw it to Bubba at the end of the show, now I don't even know if I'm listening to today's show or the one from next week.
I know. Yeah. Who knows?
But I love the show.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that
Tune
very
in
much.
next time.
Right.
You might hear Greg insult.
Say, I ain't asleep yet.
Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, go ahead, buddy.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Jerry.
Hey, that caller was talking earlier about would like to see behind the scenes and everything. I think everybody there does an awesome job, but I think we all know that it's Greg's positive attitude and positive influence that keeps everything going.
There's no doubt about
it. He's the mortar between the bricks, no doubt.
What if y'all went behind the scenes and Greg was like this incredible motivational? He was always speaking. Come on, guys, get your head up.
Yeah.
No,
He was
that's
all-
not so bad.
and always
You had a camera that followed him around, and he did like speeches and stuff. Nobody knew about
and
it.
it was always emotional.
Yeah.
Would
Michael
cry a lot.
in Alabama. Michael, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Passion.
It's quality.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
First of all, my wife's anniversary is this Sunday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I like to get the anniversary song.
Okay.
But it's not your anniversary.
Well, I was going to let you. Is there anything else?
And I got a question for Greg.
All right.
Go ahead.
What do you think about Angels in the Outfield?
What's your wife's name, Michael?
Christina.
1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Where are you on Angels on the Outfield?
Rick, don't even get me started on that.
Okay. Definitely not a baseball movie?
Definitely not.
And Rick, we want to thank.
Yeah, I'll give it this. It is a baseball movie.
We want to thank Penny Miller, who came by and brought us sausage balls today.
Sausage bears.
Thank you, Penny.
Anybody bring sausage ball,
Thank you, Penny.
you're all right with us. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and